Hello, and welcome everyone to D6, where I, Sham, bring together some friends from across the internet, play a TTRPG show.
It sounded like you forgot that a 6 was the number we had at part of the logo.
Yeah.
D6.
D6.
It's just a slightly smudged 6 on your hand. Looks like a
smudged
logo
enough
we
that
were
it's
just
an 8.
ranting about.
You know, Kendra messaged me this morning, and I messaged her back, and she was noticing I was putting in a whole bunch of typos, and she thought I was having a stroke.
I mean, yeah.
There's nothing wrong with me. I'm just not normal.
You're gonna say stupid.
Aaron, you're telling me you haven't gotten better at spelling?
No, not once. In the past 10 years you have personally known me, no.
Yeah, no.
Typing is not my forte. God.
I'm fine, I'm just stupid.
My motto.
Excuse me for being illiterate.
Alright, so before we get on into today's session, some relatively quick announcements, and then we will go ahead and jump on into game. As always, your guys' support really matters to us. We just had a whole fucking spiel about this.
You good? Yeah. Do you need a minute?
No, I'm fine.
Just had Monty Python intermission music.
Yeah. Anyways, so just had a whole spiel about this. Your support really matters to the show because without your support, we cannot make it. And we need money in order to make show. So, join our Patreon. It really helps. And all of our episodes come out a week early over on our Patreon. And also, on top of that, you get access to some of the extras, as well as my little rant about Patreon. That was a choice thing to do.
Yes, it was. We're not affiliated with them.
Yeah,
however,
no, we owe them nothing.
we do.
They take
use
from
it,
us.
So. Yeah. So, by honesty, we're okay. I think we're in the clear.
Yeah, we're inclined to complain.
It's within our right.
Yeah. So, if you guys are interested in catching up on D6 a week early, and as well as some of the extra content, that also includes our homebrew documents for some of our subclasses, aka archetypes and whatnots. Again, just check it out. And also don't forget to subscribe, leave a comment, hit the like button. Because algorithms and stuff like that. Fun. All right. Also, while we're at it, our podcast episodes are again still up to date, thankfully, because I've been a really good guy about trying to make sure that I'm not falling behind like I used to. So if you are just only interested in listening to the audio version of our show, you guys can go ahead and check out the podcast version that is available or on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, and whatever other podcast platforms that do exist. Alright, and also on top of that, whilst we do not have their logo because they did not give me the email to message them that I needed the assets for, we are sponsored by two people. One of them is Volante. Volante Design they make super awesome, cool, badass streetwear that I have been wearing for quite some time. They're a little pricey, but I think everything there looks really, really, really cool. And they also have licensed designs, such as Devil May Cry, Mass Effect, and I believe also Star Trek as well. So if you guys are interested in checking out some of their really cool clothing and designs, there is a link down below. If you buy something, we get a bit of a kickback. That also includes our other sponsor, whose logo I might have to put in post-edit. our friends over at EM Publishing. To those of you who do not know about EM Publishing, I've been talking about them for some time now. Such as, and I can show this off, their advanced 5th edition system Level Up that you guys can buy the PDF for and own it forever. Instead
Is that not a weapon?
This is a weapon. It is massive.
Holy crap.
It is a solid 400 pages bigger than the actual PHB.
Wow.
Yeah, no.
I don't know. My history book from high school was bigger than that.
Give it time. Give it time.
Yeah, as I've talked about, we have been introducing some of the advanced 5th edition content into this game as well. And if you guys are interested in just kind of, leveling up your game a bit, the Advanced 5th Edition is entirely backwards compatible to 5th Edition comparative to a certain recent game system release. So if you guys are interested, there will be a link down below to this PHP or Adventurer's Guide that you guys can buy. You don't have to get the physical version. The PDF is also available to you guys as well. And you can share that with your friends if you so desire. But I really do like physical editions for everything because they are there forever. And I like that.
It's pretty.
I agree.
So yeah, links down below. Advanced 5th Edition, Level Up, EM Publishing.
Let's go!
Yay. I legitimately forgot that 5.5 existed. No one has talked about it since it came out.
Who would?
Yeah.
Good.
Who would? I owe them nothing. All right. So, with that being said, I think it's time for us to get into today's session of D6. Please stop switching away from my playlists.
But I wanna.
No.
Right.
So, where we had last left off. As our wandering vanguard finally returned from the lunarscape after a bit of time to reclaim Aloise's soul, and as well as Arya being introduced to the Dawn Rite. You found yourselves flying back into the mountains of Wallenstein, hidden and just hidden away within Salazar's private warehouse. After a long night of intruding dreams, and as well as preparing for this massive ritual, as the breath of the first day enters, casting the spell and as well as reviving Alois Asher. As the ritual comes to a close and things will slowly begin to calm themselves, you all see a younger looking, thinner, and a kind of this, the mouth just entirely blackened by the effects of the spell.
Specifically because Dr. Salazar did the spell. Alright, Citra ran up and hugged him now that she realizes he's here now. No longer just in her head.
As all of you, by the by, I did make a mistake last week to Dr. Salazar. You are not affected by exhaustion because we don't use exhaustion anymore. Woohoo!
Oh, okay.
You are affected by strife. As you take a level of strife, you have disadvantage on intelligence, wisdom, and charisma checks.
Does Greater Restoration still fix that? Technically.
Better idea. I'm going the fuck to sleep.
That is true. You have not fucking slept, and everyone else took, 90-something points of damage, so I think everyone wants to sleep.
Something like that,
Let's see.
Yeah, and that would be nice.
Because you also
still
lost,
have not Fortune's Favor, Foresight, so.
Yeah, but the rest of you lost, a high-level spell slot, too.
Yeah. It kind of stung a bit, so...
Yeah, the only two people that made that save was Citra and Salazar.
Yeah. It still freaking
Still
hurt.
hurt. Yeah, it did. It was still 40-something points of damage to us, too.
Yeah, for sure. Because, that was... Oof.
Yeah.
Greater Restoration does remove a level of strife, as well as a level of fatigue, a charm or petrification effect, a curse or cursed item attunement, any reduction in a single ability score, an effect that has reduced the target's hit point max.
Gotcha. All right, cool. Good to know. Good to know. So, while healing, Kane is like, "Do you think you can go help him before he takes a nap?"
Nick's already helped with that, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
Did you?
Yeah, when they touch foreheads.
Oh, that's right. Sorry about that. I remember now. Sorry,
it takes a
brain
full
is a little
minute
melted.
to cast Foresight, so had to be touching foreheads for quite a bit.
True.
Aww.
That's the reason.
Affection.
Yes, sure. That's exactly why.
Sorry, Ray, we said it wrong. L'amour.
Lemon.
Don't bring lemons into this. That has a whole different internet connotation.
Listen, we don't go there, Simba.
We don't go there, yeah.
As the calming of the ritual, all of you begin to see as Dr. Salazar begins to just hovel over to sleep.
Yeah, sleep is... Yeah.
Yeah, I figure he's doing a nap after all this hard work.
He hadn't
If
slept.
any of you need me, wait until I wake up.
Roger
Fair
that.
point.
Nix is gonna start trying to give everyone at least some help with healing, even though it's probably just internal wounds that they probably can't really touch because it was a psychic blast.
I mean,
Bunch
I
of
have mass cure
skeletons come in.
wounds. Yeah, I have mass cure wounds, and I think Canis has mass heal.
Yeah, I could just do that again.
Yeah. Since we're probably gonna have a long rest before we leave anyway.
Yeah,
Nix
Salazar
was just
needs a
doing
long
their-
rest, so he can take a long rest as well.
Nix was just doing their due diligence as a doctor, basically. That's all.
Gotcha.
Are we taking a long rest now? Or...
Well,
If
it's a
that's
new
what you
day
wanna do.
technically now, but...
Depends.
Right,
At this,
because we took the long rest, then we did the ritual, which...
But Salazar
Didn't
didn't
take-
sleep. Yeah.
Yeah, because we did that right when we woke up. Yeah, I'm going to be using Mass Heal instead then. Instead of us just
Okay.
going to bed again after 10 minutes of a workday.
That is fair.
I worked for 10 minutes. Time to go to bed.
Mass Heal! Everyone is
Yeah.
fine.
Okay.
At this point,
I open my door. Everything's on fire. I close my door. I go back to bed.
at this point, you can definitely tell that Alois is kind of just in his own head, kind of just getting a hold of this new body. As for our resident spellcaster of Umbrian varietals, she looks exhausted, but also curious at this arrival of a new Sapphire Dragon Reborn. As for the good Dr. Sakone, she has kindly just taken a step back, and you can see that there is a effort to kind of just watch and record everything.
Science minds. Teacher just like looking him over like, you're feeling okay now?
A little different. It is like trying to put on a shirt that's a little too small. Waiting for it to stretch out.
Well, it looks like it shaved a couple years off, if not a couple decades.
Physically, sure. You're
Probably
much younger
closer
looking. That's
to, probably closer to something to a few centuries, especially for.
I mean,
humans.
according to your human visage, but okay.
Fair enough. Is noticing that Salazar has taken a leave.
I mean, he spent the whole night setting this up.
And as such, when he awakens, I will properly thank him.
Mm-hmm.
We're at the beginning of the end now.
I think that started a while ago.
Well, beginning of the end for me then.
Okay, that's fair.
There are preparations that need to be made. So in the meantime, all of you should collect yourselves, discuss what you need to discuss, and then if you need me, I'll be here.
Can we help in any way?
Considering the circumstances, yes. I'll be in need of a few particular materials. Some books that need to be claimed.
No,
If
that
any of
shouldn't
you
be too
have-
hard.
And we also need to start preparing for our little island adventure to Humgeuy as well. So bring sunblock.
It's warm. It's warm. Ah!
Well, the eastern coast is warm. The western is a little bit chillier.
Which coast are we going?
The southeast.
I'm aware it's not going to be anywhere near heat of a Celsium, but still, it's not snowing.
True. It will not be
I'm
snow.
assuming tropical.
Very tropical.
It is semi-tropical. The higher regions get some snow, but it's the tippy tops of the mountain.
Will we actually get to see these dinosaurs you keep talking about?
You'll be able to see a wide variety. I cannot claim you will see all of them.
Cedra has the biggest shiny eyes you've ever seen.
Just be advised, don't go wandering around the island on your own.
I'm fast.
Oh, well, I know we're all very capable people. We're all able to defend ourselves, but please don't damage the wildlife.
Why would I do that?
We'll heed your warning.
Because they won't heed you.
As you guys begin to discuss a bit, you also feel a strange wave of energy as it begins to make its way into this warehouse. Almost a split, a familiar magic, almost as if you see like teeth, like designs beginning to expand out in the middle of the fabric. As entering in is the familiar visage of the Witch Queen.
Tasha!
As she looks around as if to investigate the immense amount of magic that was just used here today. How is it that I knew it had everything to do with at least all of you?
I knew he wasn't gone. I got the hint. We found him and he's back. That's all you need to know.
As you see, as the eyes, both Alois and the Witch Queen lock again.
And I'm
Nyx
gonna
kinda
remove myself from the room.
whispers, not whispers towards Alois and is like, don't fuck it up this time.
Teacher also agrees.
And we're all
Yeah, because you would have been told what happened up on the moon with Citra, so you're like, yeah, that was.
And we're all gonna go do our own thing while they talk.
Yeah, that's what
Joins arms with Arya. Time to leave the room.
Arya, leave.
As clearing the way, you see as there is just this look of both anger but not violence.
Just
As
whispering,
all of
Arya,
you
"They've
begin
got a
to
lot."
just disperse.
Yeah, Citra's whispering to Arya, they've got a lot to figure out.
Did Salazar re-up the mansion before he went to bed?
I believe so. That's where Nyx was sleeping, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Salazar doesn't really have guest rooms.
Yeah.
This is
So
a
yes,
soul
he
Like
has the
immortal
mansion.
beings, you know.
bachelor cave.
Behold, my bachelor maison.
Bachelor maison. Let's see. Magnificent Mansion, correct? I forget how long this lasts.
Yes. It lasts for 24 hours.
24 hours. Oh, yeah, no, you're fine.
I thought it was just 8 hours. Hell yeah.
I'm pretty sure it's 24.
Mag.
But I can look at my funny sheet.
Yeah, no,
we have
24 hours.
technology, SpongeBob.
Hell yeah.
24 hours,
Hell
yeah.
yeah.
Let's
Just
go.
As some of you flee into the mansion.
It's like the awkward mom and dad like have a lot to say and you don't want to be involved in that energy. Just nope.
I mean, it's whoever wants to stick around can listen if they so desire. If nobody wants to, it will just pass.
Citra is aware of a lot that's already gone down when they towards the end of everything and what happened in Black Archive, so she's just I have no need to be rude and listen.
Nyx is gonna fucking eavesdrop.
That's a Nyx thing.
Yeah. But they're gonna give him space still. It's just like pretend that
Candace
they're doing
barely
other
knows who
things.
either of these people are.
You're aware of Alois. You've heard plenty of reports of the effects of the Witch Queen and her machinations throughout Volenstan, but you've never met the woman before.
Well, besides the once, like, way at the beginning of the campaign, but that's just like,
Yeah.
okay, bye.
I mean, if Cadus wants to know more, he can always talk to Citra since Salazar's asleep.
Or you can talk to her yourself, she's here.
That too, but do you want to? Right now?
Nah. Nah.
No, I don't think I will.
He can read the room sometimes.
Gotta be more curious, Canis.
That's what gets people killed.
Eh. Only if you get caught.
As Nyx takes the form of a cat.
So, as all of you begin to flee from this interaction, as Nyx is you stick
Well, maybe
by.
not flee, but wander away.
Yeah.
Pretending we've got something else we have to do right now to conveniently leave the room.
Yeah.
Yeah, we left the iron on.
Yeah. Yeah, just
The laundry's in this stuff. Damn it.
I have a room that doesn't give me nightmares anymore, so I'm gonna stay in that.
As you, Nyx, kind of just plenty of space, but also plenty of ear with a passive of 21. You hear as there's just this small conversation. So, now that you're back, what are your plans? We're heading to Humgeuy. We are going to locate a particular ally of ours and make sure that it remains safe. We're also going to ensure that Wenrie becomes sovereign. What then? We were talking about after. There probably will be an after. So that's what happens. You decide to lock me away for 150 years, and then die, and then when you come back you tell me that there's nothing for us. That depends on how long you're willing to wait. I am more than happy to wait, but I need to know if you're more forgiving than last time. I shouldn't have done what I'd done to you. It wasn't fair. I should have stood by you. I should have been there, not to stand in your way, but rather to just have been there, neither as support nor as an obstruction. Good people died because of your actions. But even better people died because you were not there for them. You may never forgive me. That's fine. But I did love you more than anything in the world. And you see Nyx as he kind of just stands out a hand. See as Witch Queen just wraps those very thin fingers, sharpened nails, and so they just hold. There are a million different ways you can say sorry to me. And I am willing to wait to hear each in every one of them. We need allies. Far and wide. I need Hepsel. Deal with Humgeuy first. And then come back and tell me how sorry you are. With that, she goes up and she grabs just the bottom of his face and just kind of turns it side to side. With that mouth of yours. As she goes to turn around, her eyes look towards you, Nyx. That's right. I'm here for a couple of other reasons. Aside from him. As you see, he just kind of shrugs. just like, I know I'm not the most important thing here.
The horn and the crook. Yeah.
Yeah. As she goes over to you, she presents you, kind of just as she kind of and as the hands expand, you see as the long, beautiful white cane as it appears, and the crook without a single damaged crack upon it. They should be far more stable now. Now, do keep in mind it would be recommended to not use something like this against me, unless you wish for it to break again. But there are beings that are far more susceptible to its influence.
Good to know.
Use it wisely.
Thank you very, very much. I appreciate it.
I appreciate that you are consistent. Very rare to find a witch that does not have some darker machinations.
I suppose I stay in some alignment with what folks want to see in life, but of course that can change over time depending on how much they upset me, but who knows. Not you, of course. No. So far our interactions have been very pleasant. I've enjoyed that.
Most people don't get the luxury of saying so. So, I do appreciate you, though. However, it will be quite interesting to know what the results will be once you've ascended.
Yes. Do you think that would affect anything on my person? Looking at the crook, kind of furrowing the brow.
No, I think it will be more of a political matter, whether you know it or not. In case you might forget, you are part of a coven. And I am the Witch Queen. A being that even so much as ascends with such a notable title or association. The coven that you were a part of might see it as a boon, a political token. So be careful.
Right. I hope that they understand deeply that I am a very neutral being.
I suppose that will be up to the coven leader then. But
Yes.
we'll see if you would be inclined to my influence as well.
Nyx gives a nod. As long as it benefits my interests, of course.
Be careful about that. You want to make sure those words are very accurate.
They
Just
are.
to keep them Just do keep in mind, whilst I do have the shape of mortal, I am fey at heart.
Nyx gives a smile. This is like, I understand. Being a fellow fae.
Doctor.
Doctor.
Now, I must deal with the other matter. Where is the goddess?
Points towards the mansion door.
You see as she looks like a little confused, and then as she goes to blink the eyes, you see as they shift in color. Huh. It's been a while since I've seen one of these. However, I'm not sure I'm allowed in, so I'll have to wait.
Nyx can message any one of us.
I mean, I can go in and fetch her.
Oh! See, you're already a good friend.
And gives a small nod and walks towards the door and goes into the mansion. Lady Aria.
We're like playing dice or something right now.
just Aria. What's up?
It's a sign of respect. Anyway, which one wants to see you?
The horn, that's right.
That is right. She needs my horn.
horn.
She needs
Yeah, so you can get
desecrated
your-
part of my mortal body. All
Yeah,
right.
so you can get your divinity back.
Yep. I'll give that to her.
Alright.
I'll go
she's
see
waiting outside.
her.
Is
She
the
can't
awkward
come in.
conversation over? We're allowed to go out?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think so.
Okay. She'll follow with Arya then. She just didn't want to be there for that and invade their space.
But
As,
Aria heads out.
As you find yourself back into the warehouse, and Alois is going off to deal with his own matters personally, you find yourself amongst the Witch Queen as she stands before you. All right. Well then. Do you have what I need?
I do. And Arya presents the pot.
My. It is quite unique as she goes and picks it out of your hand. As she looks at it, you can see as it kind of begins to swirl with magic. As she goes and she pulls out what is this small little amulet from under her tunic. Now, mortal beings have been able to ascend to godhood for who knows how long, but this is probably the best little trick that I have been able to perform for quite some time. I can specifically locate certain gods, demons, archdevils. As you see, as the magic begins to wrap around it, you see almost it become like malleable clay. And as she plucks almost like a string from the amulet, and as she begins to wrap it around, you see as it begins to kind of form into something else. See, I have traveled many of the planes for gods know how long. Now, the heavens have always been something of particular interest of mine, but I've always managed to find myself within the abyss and the hells quite frequently. And then as it becomes almost like this long, thin rod, as she drives a nail in between and then pushes it apart as these tines begin to build. And finally, as the magic ceases, it creates what is almost this gold-plated tuning fork with what looks like to be like small golden wings on each side, as well as a circular symbol, that of the familiar understanding of Mount Celestia. And as she just grabs it out of the air. And voila! Your key in. As she presents it towards you.
Oh, that's quite the party trick you got there.
Well, many of the forks of attunement to each plane of existence have more than likely been created by me or a handful of other mages. I'm relatively sure that the king might be in possession of a few. So, this has always been something I've been implied to try and provoke others to do, especially in my more formative years.
Thank you. I sincerely.
That is a refreshing sentiment.
Teachers in the background holding thumbs up like, yes, this!
Very few actually do ever appreciate me doing anything for them. So, like I said, a refreshing sentiment. That aside, is there anything else in particular other than you guys lighting a beacon the size of a skyscraper in the form of magic around here?
Apparently I've been being spoken to by a demon that's apparently in contract with the Titan in the sky. That's been fun.
You can see as Aloe's head turns next. You describe this demon to me.
If I'm remembering this correctly, Aaron, it's like this sheeted creature with glowing eyes, really. That's about much she can make out. Okay, yeah. Well, it doesn't have too much of a physical form, but it's shrouded and it's got these little glowing eyes. And it keeps making me want to... It keeps asking me if I just want to be without pain and sadness and this weird unity thing it keeps wanting. But I didn't know what it was until, well, Azure was within me for a little bit and he called it out.
As she goes under the cloak of hers, as she pulls out with what looks like to be this gnarly looking book. As she splits it open, see as the pages begin to fold around. This is not entirely unfamiliar to me. I've met many a old demon, probably older than Age of Antiquity, mayhaps even before the Founding Age. As the pages stop. Yes. The demon known as the Nightmare.
Oh, that
You
sounds
are
pleasant.
I am sure you are aware of the sleep and dream gods. Their existence is that of more celestial nature.
Yes.
The Nightmare is definitely before the Founding Age. They are what many would have been referred to as the Findal. There was two factions, more of the humanoid, the beautiful, the design of the mortals, and then there were the beasts, the forces of pure nature. That was the Findal. Gods before gods.
Okay. Well, it's currently the one speaking to me, and that started before the gods fell. And it has been since, leading us to points to get to this divinity of some sort. But
Well, given the nature of things, before the gods have fallen, there are all the gods that have fled.
Mm-hmm.
I'm relatively sure there are a number of demons that found themselves not wanting to be within the same presence. So the nightmare might have stayed to stick around. There's no Demon King anymore. So the nightmare gets to do as it wishes freely.
Yeah.
Under no command. It is performing its own machinations, its designs. It is long-lived, it has many, many plans, but it can be conversed with. I've had many conversations with the nightmare before. However, to anger the nightmare would probably be the last thing you ever do in your mortal life. And in the life thereafter, well, she's been known to gleefully torture souls.
Oh, that's fun. Well, she thinks I'm the Mythos. Still.
And she looks at you. Not the Mythos, you're the Promethea.
I just found that out. Thank you. No pressure, right?
As her head twists back to Alois. How long?
He's known for a while, I guarantee it.
I've known since I set my eyes on you.
Everybody knows more about me than me, and that's a little unnerving at times.
I hate that shit.
Nix.
It is unfortunately the function of the star. It is mysterious and constantly changing, as what one would expect. But, no, you are certainly the Promethea. I originally had certain ideas at the time, relatively sure. I thought I could have used you then, but it seems like Alois was pertinent to make sure that you remained safe. Not an entirely bad choice either.
No, I'm not mad. It's a little frustrating sometimes when people seem to know more about you than you do yourself, you know?
Thus is always
That's
the
all.
path of mortals.
Mm-hmm. But, that's where we're at so far.
Oh, then. I'm glad we were able to clear up a lot of that. As you can see, like, she has this very nasty side-eye to the back of an Alois who is just long since checked out of that conversation.
Yeah. Citra trusts Tasha, as Louise can now put together these two get along just fine.
Haha, Eloise, everyone's getting along with your ex? Question mark.
Situationship now?
We'll see. Either which way, it does seem like there are plans already in motion. I will need to start realigning some of our old allies. As for the lot of you, it does seem like Alois has a plan, and I would prefer to say that he might be a bit more open, but Alois is Alois.
We shall see.
Right. Well then, to the best of luck on your continuing adventures. In the meantime, I have to deal with covens and devils.
Good luck.
Hopefully the coven I'm a part of isn't going to cause too much problems.
We'll see. As you
doesn't
see, as
nod.
she turns around and she goes and walks towards Alois. A kiss goodbye. As you see, as he's just like, as I promise to apologize with this mouth as many times as possible. It's just a kind of this very like side of the cheek kiss. You might have learned something yet. And you see as she waves as that teeth-like design expands open again, and she walks through as it just slams shut.
Arya's just like,
Arya's fucking living for this. She has a fucking shit-eating smirk on her face.
See as the head turns back as those glowing sapphire blue eyes look at you.
What? That was cute.
baby steps.
No, that was a demand. She wanted that kiss. I'm glad he understood that.
I've learned what it costs to anger that woman before. I do not intend to make the same mistake twice.
Not the awkward undertones of we were sent to deal with your ex issues.
Can you get my TV? My ex still has it. We're not on speaking terms.
As the day continues, as a few hours begin to pass, collecting your things and preparing for a mildly temperate tropical experience.
For once, Citra's not going to need a sweater.
However, there is the Titan in the ocean, so I just imagine we get there, it's a fucking hurricane.
I mean, yeah.
Gee,
But-
I have no idea, actually.
Yeah,
What
so...
have you done to my island, Aaron?
We'll have to find out.
It's not a Titan, it's just monsoon season.
Yeah, you think that, like, only, like, other places and people's homes are being invaded by Titans and not getting fucked up?
Yeah.
Nyx looks at the world tree, is just like, we still have that problem.
Yeah. I think Citra would also want to eventually talk with Nyx about that conversation that she apparently had with this demon, just to kind of, like, keep tabs with each other, since apparently they're getting spoken to by things, so...
Yeah. Nyx needs to inform everybody that they had another dream with Roya while
That is true.
everyone was sleeping.
Well, probably wait until Salazar's up.
Yeah,
Mm.
Nyx will definitely wait till Salazar is, functioning.
An actual person.
An actual person and being and has coffee and wakes up. But in the meantime...
Oh, first.
Nyx is just gonna focus on attuning to this crook. So.
Yay!
It is. It has lost its curse property, so you are aware.
Sweet!
Hell yeah.
So that's
Nice.
pretty much all the fix does. Is basically now you can use its specific ability without the worry of summoning random demons.
Yeah.
that
nice.
might kill you all.
Yeah.
That
The
would be
only
a problem.
issue... Yeah. There's only one small problem with that, is that if I'm in the same plane as the demon, it doesn't do anything. So, it's not going to work against banishment on creatures that are within their plane that they're supposed to be in. So,
Correct.
that's the only thing.
Correct. All right. As the hours pass, see as Salazar, as you begin to find yourself awakening and shuffling through the warehouse in an attempt to gather your things as you prepare for the next leg of your journey.
He's just got, like, a bunch of skeletons that, like, bring him his clothes, bring him something to eat, something to drink. He, like, checks through all of his notes, makes sure everything is in order. He comes out of his room, looks at all the people, and he was like, oh, right.
Nyx kind of raises an eyebrow.
You spend a few decades alone, you tend to forget that people...
You have company?
Habits are hard to break.
See as Alois...
Well, what now?
Alois, as he walks over, well, first off, I need to have a conversation with you.
All right.
Good morning is also a good thing to say.
Oh. He just turns
Not
back
you.
to Alois.
It's the middle of the afternoon.
It's morning for him.
That's not how time works.
Time is a soup, according to Roy.
And you trust his word over anyone?
Yes.
He's a time wizard. Yeah.
He's one of the smartest beings that we've ever known.
As a wizard who has
Exist on this-
legitimately saved my life multiple times, yes, I trust his word.
Immediately shut down by the whole team.
Man can't win for shit.
Actually,
No, he's just flashbacking to the last thing Rollo said was being a your mother joke.
Hey, because he's smart doesn't mean he can't be funny.
Mm-hmm.
You know, did I tell you about the time he fought a pirate lord with a penis drawn on his face? Let me distract you with that story, Canis. Let them talk.
You think that improves his image in my eyes?
I'm wearing some guy's beard.
As you see, as Alois, as he kind of just takes you by the shoulder, Salazar, and just guides you into your office for a little bit of privacy. First things first between us. Thank you.
I'm your doctor. It's my job to save your life.
That doesn't mean I shouldn't thank you nonetheless.
You can thank me by paying my price.
We're well on the way to do that, don't worry. I intend to keep my word down to the letter.
So what is this thanks you have in mind?
I told you already that this path is already perilous. Set you exactly where you need to go and how to get there. One that will make you cross people that you would consider your enemies or those you might find frustrating to deal with.
So everyone.
To an extent, yes. Our last stop before your ascendancy will be the very place where it all started. Like I said, this is the beginning of the end. And I need to
I haven't been back to
you.
Low Bondle in 50 years.
I know. And I need to recertify to you again whatever choice, whatever decision you decide to make. As your friend, I will be there for it.
And what choice will I have to make?
Whatever one you decide.
Great. Vague as ever.
That's not vague.
Not 2 seconds out of the grave. You're already being vague. You can't just tell me something. I saved your life, man. Multiple times now.
And I am telling you the truth. You have a choice after all of this. We head back to Low Bondle, you will ascend. And when you do, whatever choice you decide to make after that, that is yours. And I will stand by it. That has been my promise.
No.
That is the price I agreed to pay. I am at a point where I am woefully underinformed. In case you might not have realized that the asset of the Black Archives is gone for now.
Oh, I'm well aware of the state of the Black Archives. You made me your arbiter of your last will and testament, if you'll remember.
That is true. And life is going to be very different after it is all said and done. When, not if, when you defeat the Dreadnought. When we reach that end, I will not be here to see you perform your design.
So you're leaving again?
I'm not leaving. I will be... I will finally rest.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah,
What was that?
That was my puppy.
Oh, I just...
we always wanted a Baru.
It is funny, because
I
it
thought it
looks
was
like it's
something
coming out of
rubbing.
Salazar.
Yeah.
He did just wake up after all.
Aww, Bubby.
Oh, it's kind of like when Banjo does his little house in the morning. It's cute.
Lo-Fi just grumbles.
Sorry, I was yawning. Could you repeat that?
I will be here. But I will finally be able to rest. There will be those who will continue to take care of the Black Archives one way or another, but I'm going back under the mountain. I've been awake for so long.
Well, it won't matter to me much. This whole deityhood thing comes packaged with immortality, does it not? I'll be around when you wake up.
I hope you are.
What?
Salazar. Immortality includes a nigh impossible to destroy body, but we both know that is not ultimately the case. The Black Archives have already taken down a couple of gods throughout the centuries. Specifically, one of them was a massive cause for concern when Alois decided to kick them out.
And so what? You think some band of heroes is going to rise up and defeat the evil god of undeath, Salazar?
I don't think they will. Not if you are who you are. You're a healer. You're a man of medicine. Undeath is just a form, a tool. You can teach them better. You can make them wise, make them intelligent. You'll have the ear of every necromancer across the star. You can decide if this magic will be
I've already
or
made
not.
my decision, Alois. And nothing will sway me from the path that I've chosen. How the world reacts to that will be up for them to decide.
I know. As you see, as he takes a step closer. When I go to sleep, I will think about my friends. I'll think about you. I'll think about them. I may not wake up for a while.
And what of the Witch Queen? You've only just got her back.
She wants to wait for me. Which is more than anything I could ever ask.
Well, at least I'll be able to find you. You won't be on the damn moon this time.
Just know this, Salazar. Friendship and kindness are a very rare thing for people like us. We barely get it.
Alois. I know.
And as such is the reason why I want to let you know. You, my friend, I will always love you, my friend. And when I am gone, even though you may find me in my sleep, I hope that you will have more people to love, more friends, and that you find kindness in your direction.
Life is cruel and cold. I have the power to make death not so. How the world reacts to that, we'll see. But right now, I don't plan on going anywhere. I had something to live for, after all.
Well, I hope you packed your lighter coat. As he pats your shoulder and begins to shuffle out of your office.
It's the only one I have.
We'll get one while we're there.
It's magical. Whatever.
You see as he finally shuffles out of your office, this nice moment, as far as nice can go with a man like this, as he reappears as all of you find yourselves ready and prepared for the next leg of your journey. As looking towards you, Wenrie.
We all set and ready to go?
I believe we are.
Alright, well, Wenrie will pick up the sending stone, just like, alright, Role, we're coming back.
Roger that.
Alright.
And, just waiting for Salazar to come back so they can teleport and be on their way to Humgeuy.
Salazar comes back wearing the exact same outfit he's been wearing.
I hope you at least launder that thing.
He looks from side to side. Doesn't say anything.
Next.
Prestidigitation is a very versatile spell.
You don't wash?
I do. With magic. It's just as good. Better, maybe.
It sounds like you don't even believe your own words.
Fuck you.
He doesn't even have a comeback, just fuck you.
Salazar just, goes back, remembers taking a bath for the first time and how good that felt, and just being confronted with the same thing again. He's just...
It's just the conversation of Trevor and Alucard is he shouldn't die. Yes, fuck you.
Fuck you.
Fuck.
All right, as you are all teleported onto the Sandtide and find yourselves wildly flying through the skies and a giant gate that leads you to the Isle of Humgeuy. As you see, in these massive open skies and seas, change things.
You can just picture in the distance around this island, there's faint little clouds of what looks like birds, but they're not birds.
They're pterosaurs. As you see in this massive island, as well as just this huge divot of a crater in the center of it, you notice not too much has affected this island. In fact, it's probably, interestingly enough, gotten bigger to a point of a notable landmass where more and more could live here. As the water has kind of
being that big.
Yeah, water receding backwards, and as well as the mountains getting slightly higher. The rumbling has affected the geography here quite a bit, as you also notice, kind of just circling around the island slowly, is this titanosaur that is mostly in the water, aside from its back and a good chunk of its neck, as it just kind of circles around.
Wenrie will go to the edge of the ship and she will shout in her loudest giant, "Hello! I'm home!"
As you can hear just these very massive words, especially for Giant, as Giant reaches back. It is the sound of old friends.
Don't worry, this big guy's a big friend of ours.
That's good to know.
If you guys can speak Giant, you're welcome to have a conversation with him, but be patient. He's a little bit slow to talk.
Unfortunately, that's not a language I learned.
Oh.
Nyx has to shake their head that they don't know Giant.
Really? Huh. Well, hey, if you guys ever want lessons.
Okay.
So, to give you guys a point of reference, if you've ever played the God of War game, the sound of Giant is just the same as the giant snake in it, the way it talks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's just the same
Jormungandr?
way. Yes, Jormungandr. As you guys begin to descend to the southeast, where you see what looks like to be, especially towards you, Wenrie, a increasingly militant-looking fortifications around the villages.
I remember seeing something about plans on this, but I guess it has been a while. The elders should have some more information.
As you descend down, you find as what looks like to be these young rangers as they come kind of just stomping out towards your guys' ship as they are on the massive triceratop-like creatures as they just slowly make their way across the sands. One of which is actually quite familiar to you, Wenrie, as it is one of your brothers.
In which case, Wenrie is just forget all propriety. She is donning her little dragon wings, and she is just up, and she's flying over.
Oh, and she's gone.
As you see, as the heck is that?
What's
Oh, it's probably me typing.
No.
It's me.
It's
No?
the dog.
Staticky?
No, if there's something shaking.
It's me.
You're shaking?
Yes.
No, my table
Okay.
is shaking.
That's me.
Well, there's no earthquake going on, so are you accidentally shaking your leg?
It
No.
could be just Banjo scratching himself and shaking the table.
Couldn't tell you, dude.
Weird. Yeah, no, he's sitting over there. As you see, as this very kind of like broadly shouldered halfling man with kind of this 5 o'clock shadow kind of deal, and what is these kind of thickly braided dreads, and obviously, like, you know, skin tone is probably a wee bit darker because he's a bit more physically active than Wenrie. As you notice, it's just this halfling man. Oh, as he's just like hugging you, is like, yeah, it's good to see you too. Oh my gosh. Oh, you're back.
The rest of us barely off the ship.
I know that a lot has happened. I'm happy to fill you in on everything. First of all, let me let you know, everybody aboard this ship is a friend, a companion. I love them dearly. Please treat them with all the respect in the world. Thank you!
Oh, of course. As he goes in, he starts speaking halfling to some of the other rangers as they are informed to turn around and start making their way back into the village. All right, they should be able to take care of the rest of things. We've had a lot of guests as of recent, so we've been trying to parse out who's good, who's bad.
Okay, so I've been crazy busy trying to get through all sorts of things. Long story short, interdimensional travel. What's been happening here?
Well, there's we've had to deal with some of Wallenstein making their way back out to the northeast. Yeah. Well, the northern tribe actually stepped in this time and managed to chase some of them away. One of the candidates was kind of the guys to lead the charge. Brahm Fulltide is his name.
Oh, no. Him! It had to be him.
I mean, he's here.
And that kind of hits Wenrie a little hard, just like, ow. I tried being here, but I kind of got pulled away without being able to do anything about it. I only just now got the chance to get back.
Well, that might be effective to his perceptions of things as of now. He's been the guy that's leading the charge in getting people safe, and also more importantly, he's been the guy that's leading the charge in making sure that Wallenstein keeps away from here. You've been gone for months, Wenrie. The election is near.
Oh gosh, how near?
A couple days.
Oh no. Oh boy. Okay.
No pressure.
I need to get some serious information gathering going. Thank you for the heads up, though. I appreciate it.
Yeah, and if you guys need an extra healer, big, tall guy, dressed in red, just came in. He's been here for the past couple of months, making sure everybody's kind of like...
Big dressed tall guy dressed in red? I'm going to have to investigate that.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Does he speak with a really interesting accent?
Yeah, a little bit.
Is he a Genasi?
I don't know what that is.
Well, does he look like he's fiery-looking hair and all that?
Mirad's not a healer.
Not Mirad. Is his name
not
Ignis?
Mirad.
Is his name Ignis?
He's currently handling another thing right now. But yeah.
Tell you what, we can go in and ask him.
Yeah, you guys take care of that. And don't forget to stop by Mom and Dad's as well.
Yeah, I would not come home and not say hi to Mom and Dad. Hello.
All right. Well then. All right. Well, back to my rounds. I'll see you a little bit later. Dinner?
I will try for dinner.
All right, dinner.
Citra caught up to Wenrie, but she's covered in sand because she tripped on the way. I'm okay.
I'm okay. And Cadus just
sinking into the sand.
I hate sand.
Sorry.
It's everywhere and it's coarse.
Nyx's outfit has changed to have sandals and just be a little bit shorter, not as
Please tell me
raggedy.
she has sunglasses on.
Shutter shades.
At least a sun hat, for the most part. Big goth sun hat.
Citra is acclimated to sandy things, so she's good.
Alois,
not to say that she's not accident prone.
Alois has actually kind of leaned a bit into the summertime vibes here.
He's in a Hawaiian shirt. Tell me he is.
Hawaiian shorts.
So he's got shin length shorts, some sand shoes, what looks like to be this very blue undershirt, as well as an overshirt with a bunch of like palm tree designs all over.
He's got the idea.
You can see that the hat this time is no longer that like wide brimmed,
Black hat?
Yeah, it's not like a black hat, but it kind of like leans more into the summer, like half straw, half leather up top, and then instead of that big thick blue band, it's now just this thin blue cord that goes around towards the back.
To be polymorphed and can look wherever you want. Just boop.
Well, aren't you tropical? You learned from last time you were here, huh?
Well, last time I was forced to be mortal being, but this time I thought I would try and do as the Humgeuians do and fit in.
But yeah, Wenrie,
if you want to fit in, you'll want to lose like 4 feet.
I don't think we can do that.
Well, I can, but I don't feel like it.
All right,
but
well,
Wenrie,
anyway.
that person, Wenrie, that sounds like Ignis, so that's actually great news.
Well, we can definitely go into town and figure that out. It looks like I only have a couple of days to figure things out. Oh boy.
Citra just pats you on the shoulder. It's gonna be okay. Have confidence in yourself, and you got this.
Okay, confidence. I need a minor distraction. Did you know those things were called Triceratops?
No, but they're really cool.
Yeah, Triceratops. It means 3-horned face. You know by the 3 horns on
Wenrie,
their face.
Wenrie, breathe.
Yeah.
Breathe.
Okay. The reality is setting in. Let's get to town.
One step at a time.
As you all find yourselves making your way into the massive village, if not kind of bordering on city, of the Southeast Tribe.
Well, I will say, they've been fixing things up since I was here.
You were telling us that, unfortunately, the last time when you met with all your friends, things were a little chaotic with Wallenstein, but I guess over the year things got better, and then I guess everything shifted.
Yeah, now with the news that Wallenstein is coming back, and then also Talion got that frickin' bottle from the North Tribe, apparently.
Well, I mean, you're back on the map, so expansion?
Correction.
She recognized it as a bottle from the North Tribe. But...
Yeah, he recognized it. He didn't get it from them. Basically,
but someone obviously did.
Yeah.
Mm.
It's okay. Your people are integrating with the rest of the world.
I had hoped that would happen,
Wallenstein's still being a big meanie.
Yeah. Unfortunately, they're not too far north of us, so...
Yeah.
The fact that they haven't tried to send an entire armada at this point is probably because they're dealing with their own smaller issues.
Their own smaller issues, and maybe remembering getting attacked by a ghost ship in the night.
That is true.
Reloy laughs in the distance. Because that was just him and Murad.
Listen, you nailed that cannonball shot. You deserve to be proud of it.
As you guys begin to kind of shuffle into the main street of the city, you can see the wild integration, and to you, Nyx, this is food for your head, is the integration of nature and society. And these creatures of antiquity, as they kind of line the buildings, you can see they're being used not just only for beasts of burden, but also how they're being treated with care and with genuine actual, like, symbiotic relationships.
It's so pretty.
That's what Nyx has been wanting, but Jesus, people are just assholes.
People are awful.
Basically, if you guys want a proper mental image, if you guys remember from childhood, this little thing called Dinotopia, that kind of premise, that's what this whole thing is.
Yeah. This is basically like the early ages of this. This is watching two astoundingly different, forms come together. As you see just marching along is also with what looks like to be one of the sauropods that kind of just make their way throughout the streets. Even though they're massive, they don't interrupt anything, almost as if they have a purpose as they move.
Citra is just gobsmacked by everything right now.
Make sure you don't sit and stare too long. You're gonna hold up traffic as we go, so.
Oh no, I'm moving. I'm good.
Nyx is looking around and absorbing as much as they can. They're enjoying it, and
As they're going along as well, Wenrie's more than happy to. If they're curious, okay, what dinosaur is that? It's this.
Yeah.
Oh, Citra is absolutely asking you constantly, what's this, what's that, because
And
it's just...
Wenrie is happy to be the tour guide. It's distracting her from stress.
Yep. It's both. It's helping both sides out. Citra's just insanely like interested in everything, and at the same time distracting you. So it works out.
And I feel like Nex is probably just like documenting every single one, just like,
oh yeah, absolutely.
and that, and that, and this.
You also could tell, like, especially those of, the more guardly duties here within Humgeuy, especially the Rangers, much of their outfits, as you can recognize, is kind of the wild reds and greens, as well as the blacks and grays that kind of meld in with the background. But their headgear with what looks like to be almost as if like any of the shapes of most of the dinosaurs here, you can tell each one has a very particular style, as there's not really a rank and file at the moment, because it's been a slow transition to this militant design. But you could tell like there are like feathers coming out the back as it kind of ties along with their dreads, and the large masks that are made of these thick pieces of wood and the heavy hides of leather that have probably come off of some of these dinosaurs as a means to just recycle and reuse. Some of the gates towards the north you notice, as well as a pair of these massive T-Rexes, kind of almost like giant puppies, just sitting and waiting, and you could see with what looks like to be their fellow rangers tending to any of their particular needs, making sure that they are not hungry and also calm. You can tell that
each of these rangers, they get assigned a special dinosaur to do their various troops, their various patrols. Some of the pterosaur flyers up there, yada yada yada. But each one is very unique and very specialized. As you can see, my brother was atop the more patrolled Triceratops. They're very good at long distance, just traveling around at good speed.
Wait, looks at Nyx. If you see them, can you not also then take their form now?
I can. I have to spend some time to understand them a little bit more, just to make sure that I get their anatomy correct, but for the most part, yes.
That's gonna be so cool.
With any luck, you might be able to find some of the stations around here. You might be able to get some time to study them.
Excellent. And Nyx is also thinking, and also pet them.
Yes, pet them.
They had two ginormous fucking crocodiles as pets.
Yeah.
These things are like their favorite thing right now.
Big lizard.
Yeah. Lizard.
Big lizards. As you continue to traverse here, in the distance, you see as many halflings as they're all kind of just moving in and out of a particular building. And you see as like just the movement of them before finally, as this tall man, as he finally exits out through the front door, and his face is covered by a cloth mask, and his red cloak and kind of darker darker inner design, and what looks like to be this long, fiery hair that kind of passes by his shoulders, and as well as the faint, high-pitched cries of youth inside the building. As the door closes behind
this a
him.
School?
No.
This is a maternity wing.
Ah.
Remember in the very beginning? Yeah.
As you see, as just this tenseness that shoulders begin to loose and drop. Ooh.
Ignis?
The head turns as he pulls down the cloth mask. Citra?
One and the same.
And his eyes also lock to you, Canis, as this is a familiar man in mild terms, given the fact that you ran a fucking kingdom. This is one of the court mages of the Adamantine Bastion. This is Ignis Brimlight. To you, as history would tell, he is not only a rather impressive healer, he is also probably one of the most powerful pyromages in all of Erdseheimel, if not from a few other realms that he had once walked.
Oh, Ignis. I'm glad you were not on the Bastion when it happened, I suppose.
As you see, as he kind of like does the bow and salute. You're alive.
Yeah.
I
It's a very long story.
Well, I think we all have a bit of a long story. Well, I got some news, and it's just kind of... It just gives you a hug, Citra.
Yeah, no, she was waiting for it. Just immediately hugs him back. She's like, I'm glad you're okay.
There's been too many a month and not enough conversation.
No.
How is Dagix doing?
He's okay. He is on a mission with Sav, who is alive now. That's, again, a long story.
Many long stories, yes.
Uh-huh.
Let's go for a drink, at the very least. It's been a long day for a lot of people.
Wenrie's just happy this guy is friends with Citra, because... friends with Citra.
Oh yeah, no, Citra would turn to Wenrie and explain that, like, he actually helped me heavily when we were basically still working for both, not only Azure, but the Bastion at that point, but he pointed me in the right direction, and that's how I found out who my grandmother was at that point.
Well, it looks like he's also been helping out with my fellow people, which I greatly appreciate. Ignis, was it?
Ignis Brimlight, yes.
Yeah. Ignis
Apparently,
Brimlight.
I guess you just helped someone have a baby?
Drinks first, and then...
Okay.
As kind of helping you all along to one of the local breweries within the town.
Which Wenrie will be
They have
surreptitiously looking around. Well, of course we have a brewery. This is an island.
I said that. That's not what Citra said. That was me. That was me. We didn't exactly have a lot of time at Humgeuy. We were kind of dealing with kicking Volenston out.
Yeah.
And it was a little bit on the wrecked side when we left in
yeah.
Yeah.
It's a little bit. Yeah. It's a smidge.
It's definitely rebuilt nicely. As you guys find yourself in this local little pub, kind of just very like a mead hall kind of situation. As you all begin to take a seat, and The passing around of rum bottles and various liquors begin to kind of disperse amongst cups. Well then.
Wenrie probably makes a special request for a tall table for her more height advantage party members.
I just learned to deal with it, honestly.
Teacher will sit anywhere. It's fine.
Yeah. See, as he's kind of just like sitting down, crisscross applesauce, to keep himself somewhat at level with the tables.
Yep.
Might I ask, Ignis, how long have you been on this island?
About 3 months now.
So just
since
after
we
I
disappeared.
left, all right.
Yes. And he goes to raise a glass, not only to all of your health, but also, I guess now I can congratulate myself. I had twins.
Congratulate
today.
yourself? Oh! Congratulations!
I didn't hear anything. Sorry, everything got cut out on me.
I had twins today.
Oh, congratulations! She's trying not to cry immediately.
Congratulations.
Aspen is currently taking a well-deserved rest. But
She's delivered twins. I'd hope so.
yeah, the children are being sought after for the time being, and you can spend time with their mother while I relax.
Well, the good news is, this is the best hospital on the island, so...
I would know. I helped contribute to it.
I'm very thankful for that. Thank you, Ignis. And congratulations.
Oh. Seems like this is a best time than ever to catch up on all the particulars of what has happened. How about all of you start first and then I'll follow through.
Seacher just looks at Canis like, you ready to do this again?
No, but apparently we will have to.
I mean, it's
Anyway.
best that he knows.
Indeed. We catch him up to speed on how long has it been now?
Everything.
Like 4 months, 5 months?
4 months, 5 months, yeah.
Almost 4 months, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure, though, he's probably gonna have that long pause when we mentioned the whole gods thing.
Should we bring that up?
Ignis-
we don't need
Ignis
to
ha-
tell every person, please.
No,
We
but
don't
I
know
do trust...
who-
She trusts Ignis 100%.
It's not who we trust, it's who can be mind controlled to tell information.
Tell you what, let's give him a good summary, but conveniently leave out the god thing.
It's like, you
Good luck
complain
keeping
about me
Seacher
not
from
wanting
saying
to
it.
talk to my kids who are mind controlled, but you just want to tell fucking everybody what our plan is.
Seacher checks the people that she knows and trusts. That's what she does.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we trust them, but that doesn't mean that they can't be told or tortured to tell other people.
It's called compartmentalization. Don't tell people shit.
Seacher will Seacher do.
Mood.
As you catch him up on a majority of the things, with the exception of the god situation. So you've all been flying around, just trying to fix things.
Yes.
In a nutshell.
Well, then I have to say you're doing a lot more than most. When we first came here, it was by the advantage of a couple of our allies within the courts. And it's been kind of easy. Of course, keeping an eye on Aspen, and as well as assisting the island, not just only with healing, but dealing with the forces of Wallenstein every now and again.
Yeah, I heard about that. How long is the Wallenstein, like, coming back here kind of thing? How long has that been going on?
They send a small force, at least about a month. Every month to a couple of weeks. The forces have been increasing. So I've I've found the necessity to perform the necessary actions between healing and combative natures. Of course, that also implies that I have needed to do some rather unsavory things. But the mother of my children is here. My morals be damned.
Oh no, I get it. Last time I had to fight off Wallenstein, I had to protect my entire people. I understand.
They're good people.
They are very good people, aren't they? Can I have another serving, please? Thank you.
See, as a rather dainty-looking barmaid as she comes over, it's like, "Here you go, darling," and just swaps out the cups.
I imagine Wenrie probably knows her a little bit better. Just gives her a personal thank you.
And you see, as well, aside from the sovereign thing, I'm assuming that there is more than just here to claim a fancy title.
The sovereign thing is a major part, but also I've been gone for 3 months and I need to explain where I've been to the elders, because if I don't, well, the sovereign thing is not mine anymore, that's for sure. As far as I know, I'm still the candidate, but I've been very absent and not been able to really campaign or anything. I've got my family's word, I've got history of what I've done for the island before, but that's not entirely going to sell it.
Well, as I'm sure that I have the ear of quite a number of your people, that's not to say that I am capable of swaying their opinion.
It helps to have you on my side, but
Gladly.
You've been here pretty much the whole time. Can you give me a rundown on the campaign, on what this guy from the north has been doing? Braun?
Brum. Yes,
Sorry, I misspoke that.
Brum Fulltight. He came here shortly after the first landfall of Wallenstein on their ships. We attempted to try and do our best to push him back, and it had some success. But Brum, a warrior through and through, managed to assuage a majority of them by encouraging not just only the local rangers, but as well as bringing down many of his forces from the north to deal with the Wallensteinian threat. He's been an ally, but friendly, not exactly too sure about that one.
Well, still, it's more favorable that he's been actively doing something, while I've been, as some would say, off gallivanting on another one of my adventures.
That's sort of the start of it. Bromfulltide has also been asking for tithes every now and again.
Excuse me? He's been asking for what? Tithes?
Tithes, yes.
Why?
Well, he's expending many resources in order to try and fend off against a common enemy. It is only fair, at least from his perspective, and again, I do not want to stir up any trouble while we're here.
On this island, everyone is part of this people, be it northern or southeastern tribe as we got here. He should be doing this for the sake of the whole island, not just for getting something to line his pocket. I'm hoping it's just for resources of compensation and not something greedy, but I suppose I'll have to investigate and find out.
As you see, as Alois now kind of bending in, we're also looking for a very particular location. I was wondering if you might have some information on that. Any particular details I might be privy to? I'm more than happy to explain.
I've been told what we're looking for is a special place. Very sacred kind of feeling to it. With a tree. A very special tree. And she will subtly look towards Nex without saying anything in particular. We're wondering if any reports of a particular looking tree would have come up. It wouldn't look anything like the palms or any of the other tropical ones.
Maybe. It depends if it is adapted to the location and the area, as many of these trees try not to be noticed. But it should give a sense of emotion of some way or another when being near it.
I might know a little bit about this. A small contingent was sent some month ago in order to inspect some of the inner caves as well as the upper ends of the mountains. When the contingent didn't return, they sought my wisdom as well as some of my particular skills, so I went to inspect. I happen to have found many of the lost rangers and a couple of their local druids who had fallen under a tree into a very deep slumber. But the feeling I felt was grief.
I see.
That may very well be what we're looking for.
I can take you there when things have managed to calm down after the election, but for the time being, there are still people that need to be healed, and I need to attend to my children.
Yes.
Of course. Just finish your drink there first before you go back to work, dude. You need to relax. You're a father now. Take what chances you can to relax. You're not going to have too many with twins.
Trust me, their cries already sink deep into my heart.
Congratulations again on the family.
Don't worry, it's a biological thing. It's encoded into our brains to respond to children's cries. They are made that way.
I am not a smart man. I did not know of this, but it is good to know. Either which way. Best of luck, all of you. And again, if you need my help, I am here. But just know that my attention may be pulled elsewhere.
Of course.
Besides, all of you have my apprentice next to you. You're in good hands.
Sure.
Look, Nick kind of looks around, is like, who are you talking about?
He pointed towards Citra.
Oh.
Well then, the work is never over. Buona fortuna. As he gets up and shuffles his way out of the building and sees just this sigh of readiness.
I'm gonna see about having a flower arrangement sent to his wife.
Side note,
Just as a,
this is,
congratulations.
these buildings are all halfling sized, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
for the most part.
We're all
We're squatting around the
This is a
table.
meat hall.
Yeah.
This is a meat
Yeah.
hall, though. It's a little bit taller, a little bit more grand. This is more a get-together place.
We're
It's a
still
little bit
squatting at a
taller,
coffee table, though.
Yes.
Yeah.
Nick is sitting as if it's like one of those low Japanese tables.
Yeah.
So that's
Yeah.
what Nick is doing.
Well, I suppose that's that bit there.
But we gotta deal with your whole election thing going on.
Yes, I need to go meet with the elders. As well as see what I can learn about this Brahm guy.
Yes.
I know a
Indeed.
bit about him from rumors. Never quite fun to talk to, but now I know he's extra not fun. Hooray.
That'll be
She
fun.
will
this.
she will upend the rest of her cup and set it on the table.
Teacher was
She
just
will pull
offering
us-
whoever else wants hers because she doesn't.
Wenry's
takes
gonna
it.
slap down her pay as well as a tip and be on and get up. Alright. Finish your drinks. We're heading out. No time to waste.
Yeah, as Alois, as his eyes kept following Ignis out.
You okay, Alois?
You can give me a bit of a refresher on the that particular man.
Oh, well, when we went into the was it the Fulcrum acquisitions? Is that what that was? He was, basically, chained up. I guess he fell from whatever realm he came from into the Fulcrum acquisitions. And by accident, we kind of pissed off a chain demon and, released him.
Well, I'm aware of all those particular details, but I need to know the details of the man himself.
What does Teacher know about him?
You know he is probably one of the best healers, best
Yeah.
pyromancers, and you are somewhat aware that he may perhaps be one of the most powerful sorcerers in all of Earth's healing.
I mean, I guess Teacher kind of gained that much.
And you know about the certain particulars of his past. Some more violent than others. Something that he doesn't enjoy bringing up, but does for the sake of it. You also
Right,
know
I
that he has a propensity not to teach combative magic.
Yeah.
He only teaches healing magic.
So I guess she'll, like, elaborate on the time where he was actually teaching her at that point. We didn't go too much into it. It was kind of like a and scene, but, you know.
Yeah.
Man, but she, like, he helped me mostly with my healing, but he was very adverse to combative kind of magic. And he mentioned a little bit about why. Not too proud of it. He's probably done some things he isn't proud of, but I'm sure we've all done that at this point. It's not really too much of my business to say,
Regardless.
but he's a good man.
Good or not, that means that he has something worth value, especially for what we're dealing with.
You want to explain what that means, besides being an ally?
We need him as an ally, and we need him in terms of forces. If you want my personal suggestion, Citra, I would recommend that you try and make him see the necessity of him being a bit more active in the world rather than hiding on an island.
I can try, but the choice is ultimately his at the end of it.
try nonetheless.
Mm-hmm.
Also, if I may, personal advice. He seems like somebody that isn't going to be easily assuaged by outside forces.
No.
To that value, I think he's worthy of knowing, given your closeness.
When when he has time, he's a dad now. I'll sit with him.
All the more reason why you should fight. See, as he shoots back the drink and then the tap at the table before he gets up. I'm gonna go look around. You guys go and talk to the elders, and best of luck.
Try not to get into trouble.
You know where to find me if you get lost.
That is true. As a lot of you make your way towards the massive, massive
to halflings.
in halfling terms, as there is this big building towards the north end of the island. As you see, it has actually improved over the past couple of months, as you see, as it has a bit more color and more design and more structure after what had been, the past year of rebuilding here within Humgeuy.
Remind me, was this the building that had the giant drum in the cellar?
No. That was the building you guys were just in.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, right. That heist was great.
Yeah.
As you make your guys' way inside, and Canis and Salazar, as you both have to
The two
really hunch down. As you go and make your way into the building, you find yourselves within these massive double doors, as you hear conversations already happening behind them. Wenrie, as you go to push them open, you hear as the conversations begin to cease, as several of the elders all look towards the center, and you see standing there is this very broadly built and this heavily cloaked individual, a little bit taller than you, Wenrie, but you can see as the head turns, you notice that there is kind of this small crawl of scales at the back of the neck.
Wenrie will definitely make note of that.
And with that, is where we're going to go ahead and take a break.
Yay!
All right.
Yeah! Alrighty. And with that, we are going to take a quick break. We will be right back, and then we'll see where the rest of this session goes. So,
Yep.
break time!
Hooray.
And we're back. Hi, everybody. How we doing?
Hi.
Hi. So,
We all
things.
got puppies making noises.
Oh, my puppers. Alrighty. So, that being said, let's go to. Let's see. Get this going. Alright. As you find yourselves walking into the Hall of the Elders, You find there is a wide-statured other halfling-looking individual as he stands in the center of the room, having conversations before being cut off by your guys' entrance. As such, Wenrie, as you take the forefront...
Yep. She'll proceed forward. She will pause an appropriate distance and bow respectfully to the elders. My apologies for my delayed return. It was beyond my control, but I'm here now and willing to explain if you would care to listen.
See, as the kind of elderly lady, as she kind of rustles forward a bit.
Lady Tea Leaf, you've made quite a bit of a kerfuffle with your absence, but it seems you come with news and explanation. Present your case.
Very well. And Wenrie will put on all formalities and do her best to be as formal with these characters as possible. At the time I had left Humgeuy, I was summoned to attend a trial. Unfortunately, during this trial, we were interrupted, and we had to make a hasty escape in order to, in short, maintain our lives. It was thankful to a group of some very powerful magic users that we were able to make it out of the adamantine bastion all in one piece, albeit our groups had gotten separated. Through some various misadventures, some involving interdimensional travel, I finally managed to locate my ship. We completed a few objectives that were very urgent and thankfully managed to save a few lives along the way. But I am here now, and I just regret that it took me so long to be here.
As she leans back, you see another of the elders, a little bit lighter in the hair. You can see like the streaks of the brown and the grays kind of coming out from the beard and the kind of balding head. So you mean to tell us all that whilst you are out on these adventures, you've at least managed to make new allies?
Yes, if I may introduce them all. Here we have Dr. Salazar, a very accomplished doctor.
Greetings.
And then we have Citra. She is actually a friend of Ignis, who has been helping with the hospital, but she is also a very accomplished warrior herself.
Hello.
This is the illustrious Canis Metilius. While not currently king, I still assume him as a good leader. He'd done everything he could during the Adamantine Bastion issue, but...
See some of the heads begin to turn at the mention of Canis. And as well as some of the other elders leaning into each other and whispering. Proceed.
This is my dear friend Arya. She is a very, very well-accomplished bard, and I believe... Would you be alright with me telling them, Arya?
Sure. If
Arya is the goddess of bards, and we have been assisting her in
recovering her divinity. Leaving out the fact that they're actually trying to gain their own, but just helping her is...
Me too.
This is, again, all the elders beginning to kind of lean in and whisper amongst themselves.
And lastly, this is my companion, Willow. She's a fantastic druid. Very magically inclined.
And also a doctor.
And she is also, as with Dr. Salazar, an accomplished doctor herself. Though,
Mixed us a little bit.
slightly different means.
You can use apothecary if that's easier to determine.
And these are the companions that I've been traveling with. You will also recall Roloi. He is currently with the ship, but we managed to find him along the way as well.
Rolloy's just like, he's got one of those like sun reflector things and he's getting a tan.
He's on vacation at this point.
Isn't he covered in fur?
Yes.
Only his lower half.
Only the important bits.
That's Roloi. And we also have, lastly here, Mr. Alois Asher.
Oh, he went off, didn't he?
Oh yeah, he's not with us right now.
Oh,
I
he's
don't
not
think.
with us.
Never
mind that, forget that.
Yeah.
Erase that from the record.
Give a gap.
I'm not working right now. What do you mean, record?
You see as some of the elders, as they begin to trade their words. Allies you have made indeed. Given the circumstances of this, we were prompted to believe that you may have been lost to the adventures as you made your way out of Humgeuy the last time you were here.
Well, my last adventure was purely for adventure's sake. This one was not of my choice, but I would not change anything that we have done so far.
Yeah, one of the elders, a little bit more gruff looking. Well, certainly, it has not really benefited the island. We are currently in talks with Lord Fulltide here, in preparations for what could be the next wave of Walenstorm. As you see, as the figure here, even though very wide and broad, you can see that there is a kind of thick and kind of bushy beard, but the head is completely shaven back. As his eyes kind of almost glow a little bit like yours, these kind of coppery looks. I've heard much about you.
As have I. And she will, very politely, she will nod her head. I appreciate what you've done so far for the island in my absence. Had I the opportunity to do so myself, I'm sure we could have collaborated very well.
But we didn't. That is what is important. As his head kind of turns away from you. Now that the interruption is over, we will need to speak of our tithe. We are in need of orichalcum.
Why?
See, as his head turns towards you, that is of no business to outsiders.
If you
Outsiders
haven't
to
been
you, perhaps. But these fine folk have become like family to me.
That's
I'm
not
with
the
you.
only issue, but I don't know if people are aware that taking care of making sure that the star is safe is helping the island.
In addition
I feel a little
to the
insulted.
In addition to the reason why I was gone, the Adamantine Bastion has been taken over by an entity by the name of Roya. He is part of the reason why many of the magics of the world are gone now, and why things are in turmoil.
Then it is brute force that we will need to depend on.
Not only that, he is very clever. As much as I loathe to admit it, he is incredibly smart with what he's done so far. So we cannot discount that.
As his head turns towards the elders,
We need them for blacksmiths. Obviously. We cannot create ballista and cannonballs without proper materials. If we intend to shred Wallenstein to the very splinters that they decide to send to our island, we need to assure that they are assuaged to not come back over and over again.
If I may ask, Wenrie will speak up a little louder to be heard. When they come here, have they given any particular demands? Or have they just sent ships and we've just obliterated them as they arrive?
you see, as one of the elders, they have made landfall a couple of times. Particular admiral. Excuse me. Say, I know here.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we know it's not that one lady. She's not around
Yeah.
anymore.
We killed her.
She's not here. Oh, sorry.
You think that could kill me?
Because Nyx is actually very concerned about that particular alloy being distributed just for cannons. That's a little sus. That doesn't sound true.
Yeah.
Because Nyx
Even
knows
Citrus-
about that alloy.
Yeah, and Citrus sus because she saw everything that happened in Wallenstein while they were undercover. That shit wasn't great either.
So it's just like, yeah. It's like, that sounds suspicious. That sounds like something else.
A admiral known as Tutgrun.
Okay, I'm probably going to need help spelling that, but yeah.
Tutgrun. Tutgrun. He has come every now and again to strip us of our materials and minerals, and has made it quite clear that our surrender would provide us our lives. Quite luckily, Lord Fulltide here has assuaged their means to Humgeuy.
Fortunately, they're an aggressor to many countries.
Our blacksmiths are able to forge mighty cannons that are capable of obliterating ships before they can ever make it to shore. They've been an enemy of Humgeuy for quite some time now. I think that we can assure ourselves their deaths are a drop in the bucket to our care.
Believe me, I understand. The last time Wallenstein was here, I had the honor of dispatching their very own admiral that they had. I understand the satisfaction.
It's surprising that they're spreading themselves so thin. Seeing as we saw an attack on one of their other, more land-bound
Well,
folk
to be fair,
not too long ago. Interesting.
they actually declared war with just about everybody. They were even after Celestium, Alernon, all of them.
Yes, it's interesting that they're spreading themselves so thin.
There's more than likely a reason, but that reason does not involve Humgeuy.
Clearly it does if they're coming for you.
Our intent is to protect Humgeuy, not to start joining wars with other nations. At least not for now.
Of course. That makes sense. I'm just concerned and curious about what Wallenstein is up to, as well as why or how they're getting all these forces. It's a curiosity about knowing your enemy to stop them from doing more.
Well, they were creating their own.
Mm-hmm.
Well, all we care about is making sure our people are protected. That's what matters now. So, I do apologize to all of you if you've come such a long way for trivialities.
This is not trivial.
It is trivial in the sense of we are a small island nation. For the most part, we could fight on our own land, and attempt to try and push back a international aggressor, but for the time being, we are still recovering from the first battle. We're also recovering from the aftermath of the Titanosaur that now walks around our island, and the destruction that followed along with it to the northern tribe. So,
I was not made aware of the damages to your tribe. May I ask what happened?
you see as Brahm, as he kind of folds the arms a bit. Landslides. Entire boulders and most of our buildings have been collapsed and destroyed. When we came here, not too long after, we sought to make an effort to a peace agreement, and as long as we were willing to contribute much of our strength, we asked in return for materials and means of being able to defend our northern area as well. So, for the time being, I have been acting as proper diplomat for our people.
Wenrie felt that barb.
And you see as one of the other elders, all the more reason why he needs to be sovereign. And you begin to see as half the room does have some sour looks, while the other half kind of nod in agreement.
My apologies, but last I was here, I was made aware that there was more than myself as a candidate for certain. I believe there was more than just Braun as well. What happened to them?
You see as the elderly woman,
They decided to pull out. They had no personal intention to be acting as leaders for Humgeuy at the moment, and have been more than helpful to the rebuilding efforts, but they have no interest. It was mainly Brahm here who has made many of those efforts come true.
I see. Well, Brahm, my sincerest apologies for what happened to your town, to your tribe. Is there a chance that I may see what has happened? See what repairs you've been able to do? If there's any assistance that me and my comrades may be able to make.
we have central build. We are, surprisingly, for those here in the south, might see us as more behind in the times, but we are capable of rebuilding on our own.
Wenrie never thought of that, but she's not going to remark on it.
You do know that the northern tribe is a little bit more...
What's the word you're looking for? Unga bunga?
Yeah, very very warrior-esque. While down here is kind of that of the
Every
brighter
answer
minds.
is bonk.
Yeah,
berry pickers.
Hey now.
Apple tribe have small club. Cranberry tribe have huge club.
It sounds like
Damn
berry
it,
picker
Connor.
talk.
Damn it, Connor, stop it!
Teehee.
was Val.
By the way, we will need to unify the whole island, and in order to do so, we are in need of a sovereign. That is why I continue to perform my efforts.
I agree, we definitely do need a sovereign. However, it is not yet election time, and I would like to still put my metaphorical hat in the ring. Formally this time.
You see as half of the elders all kind of scoff at that a bit, while the other half are open to it.
By all means, I would be more than happy to prove my worthiness.
You say you are happy to prove that worthiness, but on many different occasions, this is more of a matter in which the people can see the reliability of a sovereign. Thus is the reason why it is an election. Wenrie, to be quite blunt, you haven't been here for quite some time. Yes, we wanted you as sovereign when you initially had saved the island, and there are those of the elders here who do believe as such. But those who do oppose, they've yet to see the true scope of your success.
Then I have no time to waste. Rom, I will leave you to this meeting with the elders. I have some work to do. And Wenrie will turn on her heel, after a gracious bow, and exit.
As you barely make it to the door, as you go to exit, you hear as Brahm looks back. You won't win.
There's no need to be rude.
You haven't seen me try, sir. You haven't seen me try.
And as you leave, the door closes as the rest of you shuffle out. And again, to those of you who are taller, have to kind of
duck.
Squat.
Yeah. Actually, for the sake of it, Salazar and Canis, just for the fun of it, both roll me a dexterity check.
Why do you always make me do this?
Because you're tall.
Because it's funny.
First thing we've rolled all game.
I
18.
think he did very well.
I think so too.
9.
Oh. Salazar did not.
Canis, you remember
just
that there
turns
was...
to leave and then...
Yeah, you just like the classical Gandalf as he just like ooh.
It's the sideshow Bob.
Canis will let out a chuckle at that.
Yep. Teacher just pats Wenrie. You've got a lot of work to do in the eyes of the people, but you can do it.
I do have a lot of work to do. And she will crack her knuckles.
You should have told
Let's get
him
started.
that. You should have told him that it's not about winning; it's about the people.
Should have told him to get fucked.
Well, I don't think he would have listened to either one of those. But
well, no, it's not about what he would listen to. It's what the elders would see in you. If you want to keep up appearances of who you truly are, you kind of have to do a little bit of playing.
Yeah, politics are a little tricky.
They're annoying.
They are. But you know what?
Indeed.
I still have time.
Well, whatever you need.
I want to see about this defenses situation.
I will
about
say
the
I
island.
am suspicious about that.
I'm
Or
suspicious
Kelcom.
about two people who wanted to run, then suddenly not wanting to run.
Exactly.
That is highly suspicious, and I think that they were intimidated out in some way, shape, or form, or bribed out. Regardless, he's going for alkacalcrum, or whatever it's called.
Or
which is
Calcrum.
Or calcrum, which is a high-value ore that is
It
used
is.
typically for magical purposes, not just for making weaponry.
And
So
it was also
Wallenstein-
what Wallenstein wanted when they last came here, so.
I can fill in some of the blanks for why they used it. It's not great. They were trying to make basically magical warriors at that point, manufactured. It was under their school.
Similar to the golem you fought in Elysium?
More like transmuted people. Like, how do I put it? What were the names of the ones that we usually fought against, the big guys? The Arknights, yeah.
They're high legion forces.
Yeah.
Stronger, faster, a little smarter, and just designed to resist magic.
Yep. So now...
Player talk, I remember them from frickin' the Veil campaign. Ugh.
Yeah, that's where Nyx knows them from. That's why Nyx was like immediately
Citra.
clicks onto that. I was like,
Teacher had to deal with them, and Salazar actually had to deal with them when we actually first met him. Citra dropped a fireball on it for the first time. But yeah, she would she'll explain a bits of the Arknights itself, but like what under the school was is that they were taking people who were in their eyes more capable to survive.
We're walking and talking, by the way, I imagine.
Yeah. They were
definitely
using
walking and talking.
Yeah, they were experimenting on students that they felt could survive, and not some didn't, unfortunately. Essentially making weapons out of people, and this time they were using it for people who were magically inclined as well.
Oh boy.
It's not an item or a material that you ask for just to make simple cannons.
No.
Yeah. Unfortunately, not a lot of this tribe here would really realize that. We just know it's a magical stone.
Yeah. Wallenstein may be stretching thin, but they're still a force to be reckoned with.
Of course. Which is why I want to shore up the defenses here and see what we could possibly do. Let's see. About this avalanche and earth slide.
When the Titanosaur did wake, it did stir up a lot of the island. I wasn't aware of what happened to everyone, so...
Well, he did say that it was already fixed.
By being fixed and making sure that another landslide doesn't happen are two vastly different things.
Well, I can assure you, she gestures to the Titanosaur that is on the horizon, just casually walking by. There's not going to be another Titanosaur landslide. He's not going to be waking up again anytime soon.
Well, it's not that. It's... If any of the other plates of the island have been disrupted in any way, shape, or form, it could cause another one naturally. That's why I want to do a survey of, like, just the stability, as well as find a high point to see the ocean. I have a few ideas in mind for defending.
If I might recommend, Wenrie will gesture to one of the taller mountains. That one over there overlooks particularly the north side. She'll pan over to another one. That one is better suited for a more central view.
Okay.
And
That's good to know.
You're going to want to have a disguise. Wink, wink,
Why?
wink, wink, wink.
I don't want to get plucked out of the air by any
You
of the
don't want to
wild
get
folk.
plucked out of the air. You don't want to draw unnecessary attention.
I can do that. As they have seen
They've gotten a very good look at Hornsby.
a lot of the creatures here. So I can keep an eye on that. Anything else that I should keep a wary eye for?
Honestly, anything in the distance. If these ships are coming regularly and they're expecting more ships to come soon, there might be something on the horizon. I'm not sure. But of course, there's also the special location that Ignis told us about. He said he would guide us there, but that might be a little time. That's a little time from now.
I think that tree will stay where it needs to stay for now. But
so long as it remains undisturbed, I guess.
Yes, that's the biggest thing. As long as it remains undisturbed. Though, I also wonder what size it is, as well. If we can possibly use it for any other additional means.
I'm not sure.
I know much about the gloom trees, as I am one of the people who made and discover most of them. But it doesn't change the fact that we've been gone for a while, and this one is clearly one that has been grown by other means. So, this might actually be a different type of gloom tree.
Certainly with your study.
So many things to do.
Indeed. I'm gonna need to interview those two that dropped out of the race. I gotta know why.
Yes, definitely do that. What should the rest of us be doing? Because I would prefer you giving us orders for a better status.
Improve your image.
Indeed. Alright, let's see what we can do here.
Despite Nyx not wanting anything to do with politics, Nyx knows so much about doing all the spy shit and getting people
Which I think that is what Nyx is best suited for.
Oh my goodness.
Information from the shadows.
Yeah.
Let me see here. Alright, let's see. Salazar, I believe you would probably make a good impression working with the hospital there. I can make some introductions.
He had to deal with the dog.
Yeah.
Like right before you talked, the dog went off.
Oops.
Bark, bark, wolf, bark. Give other instructions to everyone else.
We'll come back to Salazar. Oh, he's back. Never mind. Continue.
Oh, he's back. Okay. So, so the thought is that, Dr. Salazar, I'll be going with you to the hospital, making some introductions. I'm pretty sure that you'll be able to do some effective work helping out there. Anybody who has been injured would greatly appreciate your help.
I'd best get to work then.
Thank you. Let me see. Next, you've already been figured out. Arya, Canis, and Citra. Where can we best put you guys? You know what?
Good question.
Let me see. What's the best place to put a bard, a monk, and a cleric?
Citra could get used to probably being with one of the rangers, as they are very mobile.
Okay.
Nyx is like basically dissecting who everyone is. Like, Nyx has been watching every single one of these party members and has pinned a lot of things of like what they could be good at.
Her survival. I'm gonna tell you this right now. Her survival is 4.
Survival is 4, but everything else as your capabilities may be helpful. Just
half
foraging or helping the folk, or
she's also a blacksmith.
This is true. You know what?
You can help with those weapons
with your blacksmithing skills. If you could help out with that construction and maybe do a little extra listening while you work, because I am very suspicious of what he's using that all for.
And I don't ask for tithes for this. That just sounds so weird to me.
I know, doesn't it? Let's see here. Now I gotta figure out what to do with Arya and Canis. I'm not good at this bit.
For Canis, do you have any battle or war experiences with shoring up
an army?
And army?
Plenty.
I'm sure he does.
Getting the
Just trying
side eye
not to give
towards
a
Salazar.
smile.
Am I
Well,
wrong?
it may be worth then
No.
having your input on the on some war plans.
Be nice. I'm finding it.
I'd be happy
Your experience would be invaluable there. And lastly, Arya.
You do
Let's
have that
see.
well of knowledge.
She could also be slightly informing people of your adventures specifically and boosting your image.
Nix
If
nods.
that is something you'd be willing to do, boy, I would be flattered to have a ballad of Wenrie tea leaf.
I shall compose a song in your honor. Spread the word.
I'm sorry I don't have too much diplomatic experience. It was only recently within the year that I kind of got brought on with like my mother and my father within the court and the Celsium, so it's a little rusty.
Nick shakes their head. This is like, it's fine. As in, there's a part to play for every single piece. Regardless of if they know political stuff or diplomatic stuff or not. There's
All right.
help from everywhere.
Well then, next, I believe you will be more than capable to navigate the island in your stealthy ways.
Nick nods.
The rest of you, I'm going to guide you around to where everyone is, and then I'm going to go see if I can interview the two that stepped out.
Fun.
One last thing. Just to keep in mind, we should probably have something to identify ourselves as part of your company, Wenrie.
Do you have a
Indeed.
family heraldry?
Whether that be a pin or a band or a particular flower or something like that that we can adorn.
I might need to pop by the house for that, actually.
I mean, you also do have a Norval flag that you had flown.
On the ship.
That is true. That is true. But do I have multiples of those flags?
She have little mini ones.
Oh, you know what? You know what? Wenrie's going to make a quick run to the ship, and she's gonna see about. Is it possible for any of you to transmute some of these little sapphire shards that Wenrie has in her pocket into the shape of little mini badges, like the emblem on the Nightwish?
Ooh, fun. I believe I do. Now I do, yes.
All right, let's make sure we do that real quick. Everyone gets all pinned up with these fancy, essentially vote for Wenrie pins.
How many of those gems would it use? I just want to reduce the gold amount, just to because we are using a resource.
Not too much. I mean, they're small, they're circular, they're made of sapphire, and they are very visible.
Yeah, I just want a gold value of just like what to reduce.
Do we have like a chunk of sapphire the size of a halfling?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, that's
I
basically
don't think
what
it's
I'm
gonna
trying to
be
do.
much of a dent.
Yeah, but that one's a little bit hard to carry around.
I would
We
say
still have
probably worth 250 gold pieces worth of it.
Okay. All right. I wanted to remove that from the list of sapphire gem GP that we have. Okay, cool.
And along with each of them, Wenrie is going to be cutting off a strip from the end of her bronze robe, and she is going to attach a ribbon to each of those pins.
Okay.
A little bronze ribbon.
A symbol of not just only your particular ascendancy for being a sage, but also it having a closer meaning.
Of course.
As all of you bear the symbol of the
It was the Astral Corsairs back then.
It was the Astral Corsairs.
We're honorary members now. Oh shit! Cadence, you're a pirate now!
Gasp!
Yeah.
You have to arrest yourself now, sir.
I don't think he has the authority to do that. Sorry, I had to.
You're now our most valued employee.
Yeah. It's that scene from fucking Up. Is like, I provide you with the greatest honor.
Yes.
I provide you with the greatest honor I can bestow. Alrighty. And as you all go out to your particular adventures, I'm gonna go across the table and save the best for last, of course. Dr. Salazar, as you are sent off to the hospitals, you find yourself within this this particular wing of the villages, and you see as both those who are in the care from their battles from these past onslaughts of Wallenstein, as well as those who are just in need of general healthcare. As you make your entrance, you can see a very busy Ignis Brimley as he is providing healing as well as particular medicines before his head stops and turns towards you. Dr. Salazar. See?
Yes.
Alrighty.
I hear you have wounded from a recent... What was it? Avalanche?
Confrontation.
Rockslide?
Landslide.
The landslide happened the year beforehand. Right now it's just those who had dealt with the Battle of Wallenstein.
I hear you have injured.
We do. And kind of just taking you on, it's just like, alright, very well. As he begins to point towards those who are in need of quick sutures, as well as a small wing of those who just need some general antifungal medicine. As you both begin to work, he also, every time he goes to stop, he's trying to keep an ear out and wait for cries, and you see as he kind of disappears into the maternity wing every now and again.
It's exhausting.
As he does come out, he's just like, it's better than doing nothing.
I suppose so.
As you both manage to get a bit of a breath somewhere in the late afternoon, he takes a seat, and you see as some of the maids some of the nurses, as they kind of just provide clean linens and towels and whatnot. And as he takes a seat, he goes into his jacket pocket and he provides like some leftover jerkies and whatnot. Hungry?
He just looks at the jerky, looks back up. What is that?
It's fresh. This is jerky.
He grabs it and like smells it.
It smells like well spiced and well preserved jerky. A little salty though, you can detect.
Too much salt.
Honestly, I prefer the salt.
It's bad for you.
He takes a bite.
Yeah, totally bad for you. Eats it anyway.
Yeah.
I don't have to worry about that. I'm becoming a god.
You don't have to worry about calories when you're becoming a god.
Looks like Bacchus.
You are certainly quite an interesting one. What has your travels led to?
to integrate with Citra and all of her allies.
Well, he would know about him because she reunited with him after that whole spiel and told him about Salazar.
He's making
and all that,
small talk.
Oh, okay, I was just saying he would have known, at least. Okay, I'm just making sure.
One of Citra's friends, the Furbolg, I believe, got into a spot of trouble, and Alois bade me to aid them in getting him back.
So he called upon you. I've met this Alois a number of times, even earlier today, but he's asked me on several different occasions to assist in some matters.
I see.
Yes.
It's a wonder our paths haven't crossed sooner.
I prefer to stay out of the fight.
Well, unfortunately, I'm intricately bound to the service of Alois Azure. Fortunately and unfortunately.
Do you hate the man?
No. For the longest time, he was my only friend. He's just a bit... What's the word? Full of himself.
There are many out there that are like that.
I've noticed.
In my experience, for those like that, I try to find at least the silver lining of their actions. I don't think that they are naturally bad, aside from those who intend for it to be, but those with all good intentions try to make sure they do not reveal their hand too early. But instead, it leaves the rest of us in the dark. Something that even I feel disturbing.
Oh, Alois is so good at hiding his hand and not tipping it until the right moment, one might confuse him for not having any.
Perhaps that is part of the plan. But who am I to know? I don't know the man well enough, comparative to you, obviously, but it does seem like you do trust him.
If I didn't trust him, I wouldn't be doing this.
As you begin to hear the faint cries of the youth again.
Like, you can call them babies,
babies.
Aaron.
The youth.
Babies. What do you refer to them as again? Children?
The youthful screams of children.
Youthful screams.
Infants. Literally infants.
They're babies, Aaron. It's not a sin to say the word babies.
Okay. You hear the cries of babies and infants as they come from the maternity wing again. It's like,
alright, time to count the two again.
As you see as he stands up, you can hear some faint popping in the spine.
This man has not stopped.
Care to join me?
I was about to ask.
As he kind of nods his head towards the doors, leads you in. You see what looks like to be the several small potato-sized halflings in one particular area, as you see various nurses kind of keeping an eye, as well as young mothers attending to their children, and as well as some bigger beds for a pair. As you see, as they're just crying, this look of them as they very much have the same Fire Genasi look as their father does, with a particular to their ears, though, having it being longer and pointed. And you see as he picks up both of them and doing his best to calm and hum and just soothe the two. See, there's a level of peace behind the face as they immediately begin to cry, cease crying, and more cooing.
Seems you're quite good with them.
I didn't think I would. I had some fears of this. He's just kind of, rubbing their backs with his thumbs and kind of just again with a bit of the humming to him. I was scared at first. We were very surprised to find out it was going to be twins.
What are their names?
As he looks towards the one with kind of just a little bit of the tufts of hair. This is Adara. She's my daughter. And then next one across with obviously no hair, but a little bit more of a bit more. You can notice the same kind of chin line as the father. This is Cirrus. And Cirrus was the first one to come to us. Adara shortly after, by a few seconds. But, I would sunder this whole star for these two. As they finally rest back to sleep, he eases them back into their beds and kind of just with a little bit of magic lets the beds kind of rock in place. Tell me, Salazar, did you ever consider being a father one day?
Wanted to be a father, yes. Considered it? No.
As you see, is this man of light and life, as he loosely you can tell just from some of the images and symbols on him, he is a follower of the sun god, former sun god, mayhaps the new one to come. There is always time.
I've seen many worlds and many dimensions.
As he places a hand on your shoulder.
Now Citra's barking.
Sorry! As he puts a hand on your shoulder.
Do not be afraid of it. I just learned it's natural. It's okay to want this.
There's plenty of time.
You said you would sunder this star for them.
What father wouldn't?
I worry that I would.
And see, as he kind of just pats your back a bit.
Good. It would make you a good father. A terrifying man, not to say the least, but definitely a good father.
That's not what I meant.
You can see it's just like optimistic. And with that,
You can definitely see why Citra and Ignis get along.
as you return to your duties of healing, as he leaves you with the thoughts in your mind, and with that, Citra,
Yar.
as you make your way in the northern end of Humgeuy, as you kind of just follow along with some of the transferring of the materials, you can see what are these, again, these rather broader halflings, but nothing like Braum. As you see is kind of being pulled along with several of these how is it? I'm losing their name now. And not the actual dinosaurs themselves. They're lower to the ground. And they're a bit more on the broad end, but they have that like very hammery tail at the back.
And Kylosaur.
And Kylo?
Yes, as they kind of just like help pull it along. These carts full of these kind of like not too big barrels, but like definitely plenty of orichalcum along with them.
Yeah, Citra is trying not to just be like a kid just like in a theme park like whoa the whole way through because it's just really cool.
This is every day for these people.
Yeah, she's nothing. She's never seen this before. I'm guessing she'd probably go to who's essentially probably leading this whole project over here to offer her a bit her help.
Yeah, you can see as kind of just this this leader of a caravan who's kind of wrapped in well cloaked, something a bit warmer compared as you move into a slightly lower temperature area of the island. By the time you make it there...
Sorry, Citra, I meant to keep you warm, but you're getting cold anyway.
Aaron just likes to torture Citra. That's just normal now.
It's not like terrible cold.
No,
it's
just, she just shifts her cloak a bit that usually has around her hips. It's now over her shoulders for now.
Yeah, as you go up to them, you can see it's just like the eye on the prize, kind of make sure to keep keep going forward and make sure nothing on the trail is unnatural.
Mm-hmm. She would probably understand that and just give us like respectful bow. She's like, "Hello, I'm here to help. I'm one of Wenrie's friends. I heard." Sorry.
Oh, as you see, is the man who's like, "Oh, hello there."
Why does Citra meet all the old men, like the super funny old men?
No, I'm not old. I just have a unique
I'm
accent.
not saying that. I'm saying that as a player, as a person. She would never say that. Just like, I have experience dealing with Wallenstein and blacksmithing, actually, and I wanted to offer my help.
Oh, well, you'll be perfect.
Yeah. Are these just normal weapons, or are you also infusing them with magic?
Well, we're definitely going to need them to be infused with magic if we're intended for their ships to explode.
Citra's like, that would be the use for orichalcum.
Yeah, no. I'm from the far western tribe, but I like to make my rounds around the island, and as the caravan likes to keep things moving, I just like to keep going.
Well, wherever you need me to help with, just point me in the direction and I'll help.
Oh, absolutely. I only know so much, but, as he says so, like, you hear a faint crack as you hear what in the... As you notice the wheel of the wagon had completely snapped in half and just fell backwards. Well, gosh darn. Yep. I should have changed that old rickety thing fucking months ago, as he kicks it.
Shoulda, woulda, coulda. We have to deal with what's happening now.
Well, alright, well, if you're gonna help me with the spare wheel in the back there.
My name is Citra, by the way.
Oh, my name...
Looks at hand.
I had to make it up.
My name's Meredith, how you doing? And it's just like, whole hand wraps around like 2 of your fingers.
Yep. Alright, it's nice to meet you, and then she'll go off to go get the wheel and whatever tools they need to fix this poor thing.
Yeah, no.
Just like, obviously is like with a bit of a crank, and you see as the dinosaur that was holding this thing together as it comes walking around and just nudging its head under so that way it can lift it. Like,
thank you, buddy. Kind of just pats his side.
He's friendly?
Oh, Fred? Yeah, he's friendly.
Can I pet him? She's like poking her fingers together. I've never seen these creatures before.
Yeah, no. Good old Fredador here.
He kind of just like...
Yeah, Fredador. Is he kind of just like rubbing his side, and there's a little bit of love to it.
See, to pet a dinosaur.
Yeah, no, we've long since had a very healthy relationship with these creatures here on the island.
As finally pushing in the wheel and getting everything kind of locked in, and then putting the pin.
Alright, all good as new.
Yep.
Darn wheel.
As it kind of tosses the spare parts, and he just tosses it into the back of the crate.
Alright, well, forward march.
She'll follow with lead. Just kind of expanding on having dealt with Wallenstein on many occasions, unfortunately.
Yeah, no, those guys are big fucking bullies. I don't like them.
It's unfortunate. Peace Summit didn't work out, and they just went all gung-ho at everybody. The problem I'm worried about is that if they manage to make landfall again with their heftier, people, it may not go so well.
Oh, thank goodness for Lord Brahm, huh? Managing to fight them off, and hell, even fight off a couple of them himself.
I've heard. That seems rather impressive. Wenrie's also had quite a rap behind dealing with them before as well.
Oh yeah, no, I've heard plenty of Miss Tea Leaf. She's quite brave to have done what she done. Many of the other tribes...
Absolutely.
Many of the other tribes were kind of not too gung-ho to make their way over there because we haven't fought fights in quite some time. And like I said, I'm just a caravaner.
Well, I can say this with Wenrie also here. We're all in pretty good hands. She's helped us so much. Honestly, over the past few months, had she not been there, we probably would not have made it. She's even helped retranslate a unfinished magic from my grandmother to help drive away not so great lo-fi sparking. I'm sorry.
Hey, you're fine.
Lo-fi's gonna... The husky's walking by downstairs because, God forbid. Buddy, uncurl the lips. Sorry. Oh my gosh, where was I? Help.
Talking about Wenrie, gassing her up.
Yes.
You're talking about how great Wenrie was.
I mean, to be fair, yes, nothing is alive from Citra in this case. She's like, my grandmother actually happened to be Erithis, and she found one of her scrolls and helps now drive away a black ichor that had been hurting people.
Ooh, black ichor. I've heard
She
something
also
a
helped
little bit
defend
about that.
here on the island.
Yeah, kind of like something that Brahm's been kind of dealing with here and there, but he's managed to push it all back, so we haven't given too much thought of it.
Well, don't touch it, that's for sure.
We haven't.
Yeah, unfortunately,
Well, I
it's
haven't.
very painful, but Wenrie and Lord Canis actually have developed that spell to help remove it from people without it killing them.
Ooh. Well, I mean, ain't nobody I've ever heard, especially from any of the other tribes, but then again, I'm always keeping on the move. Now, it has popped up where, like, you know, he's all like, hey, there's some of this stuff that y'all shouldn't touch. Try not to bother with it. Leave it to me. And we often leave him to it, and, you know, he's been kind of fighting the war on all fronts around here in Humgeuy. So I trust him in the sense of, you know, he's one of us. But I'm not
Wenrie, saying don't trust
get me
him.
wrong.
No, but right now it seems that because she's been gone for so long, there's a lot of doubts, so I figure as someone who's worked closely with her and has become her friend, I can help shed some light on that she is also reliable, and she would do anything for her people.
Now, you ain't trying to push no narrative on me, are ya?
No. I'm just talking about Wenrie, since we brought it up anyway.
Yeah, okay.
She's being honest!
That is Citra. That if it was Nyx, then yeah, definitely make fucking rolls and shit, but
Citra just leads with pure honesty, and it's really hard for people to deal with that, because they always think there's an ulterior motive, but there is none, and that perplexes people.
It does.
Well then, Citra, I'll keep that in mind. And, you know, with the election coming up not too far away, you know, I've been hearing plenty of little whispers here and there from the townsfolk. They all seemingly have their difference of opinion, if you ask me. But, hey, as long as we're okay, right?
So long as there's a fair election and the people are heard.
I'm sure of it, and I'll be leaving my ballot as soon as possible.
Yes, you're gonna need weapons that aren't just cannonballs just in case they do make landfall. These guys are very resistant to magic, but some of these things can help deal with them, especially with that armor.
Oh yeah, that's why we got ballistas. As you guys are like cresting over a hill, you see the entire northern tribe that like lives along the entirety of the beachside and mountainside as it kind of builds up. You can definitely notice where that landslide was, and it had kind of decimated a good top of that area. But you also notice on several of the bay ends there are these kind of lines of massive ballistas that are prepared for whatever fight comes towards the north end.
Oh, seems like a nasty slide, but that is impressive.
Oh yeah, and considering after everything that happened with that giant pterosaur that comes around every now and again, the fact that, you know, the whole northern tribe have made a complete effort to try and clear the roads and make sure we keep on trucking, right?
Absolutely. And it's a good thing that that big creature out there is her friend.
Yeah.
And you descend further into the northern tribe and find yourself helping out a bit.
Yeah, she'll help with, if, I guess, either... She's not so much good at with ballistas, I don't think she's ever done, but weaponry she can do.
Yeah. Well then, with that, as you are finding yourself amongst the townsfolk and as well as some of the local blacksmiths, you find yourself being drawn in to assist after presenting some of your notable skills.
Tee. I mean, if they ever needed proof of her abilities to blacksmith, it's the weapon on her back.
Yep. Alright. Canis.
Yeah.
You forgot where you're going.
Yes, you did.
He is skilled with like war plans and defenses. So
yes, that's right.
he would be
Military
probably
advisor.
returning to the elders with Wenrie's introduction.
Mm-hmm. I was to act as military advisor.
And with the credential of, I had a crown on my head for 50 years.
Yes.
I mean, he's still wearing it.
Well, yeah, but it doesn't have the throne behind it, sadly.
More decoration
But
now.
you know.
It's a
We'll get
paperweight.
there.
As you find yourself re-entering this building and avoiding some of the overhead, you find yourself within the Council of Elders, who is now down one Brahm Fulltide, no longer here. As you see, as some of the elders, as they discuss among themselves, stop and receive you. As you see, as the elderly woman, as she brings her head up.
Ah, the old king.
Good day to you. My companion Wenrie wishes to grant aid to the island further, and as such I have been tasked with being a advisor of sorts on the military campaign. And I wish to give my expertise in that matter.
You see, as one of the again that kind of like balding elder. There is not a tale nor name that does not regard you, Lord Cadence. We've heard of your exploits. Your battle knowledge would be deeply appreciated.
Where shall I begin then?
See, as one of the elders, as they kind of, with a wave of the hand, you see as some of the, some pages begin to kind of make their way over, and you see with what looks like to be, in terms of a size of a map for halflings.
A
what
large
looks like
map
to
for
be
halflings is about average.
A regular map for him.
It is a overview of the entire island of Humgeuy as it currently stands.
We are currently having issues with not just only northern but also northwest invasions. Some of the tribes there have made it quite clear that they are in need of resources, and as such we have made every effort to extract and mine much of the orichalcum that we had in reserves, as well as some of the extracted materials that Vonston had left behind in their wake.
How often do these attacks occur?
About every few weeks to about a month. They bring no short of an armada.
Have they set up a beachhead?
The northern tribe have made that effort clear, and they are making every effort in order to draw much of the Armada's forces towards their beachhead. But in terms of us here down in the south, as she goes to point, we only have just the beach between us and much of our rangers in order to drive them away.
What tactics have you been implementing to stop them?
See as a small, like, magical projection of what looks like to be a small collection of pterosaurs that are carrying what looks like to be these leather bags, probably full of explosive material.
We've been bombing them, Leslie. We take them high and make sure that we're above their cannons and ballistas, and then ignite and drop. Mostly in order to act as a means to prevent as little casualties as possible. If ships manage to make it onto land and they release their soldiers, we send out the big guns.
As another projection of those large Tyrannosaurus Rexes, as you have already seen before, who can just trample through a majority of these soldiers.
However, we have not only lost quite a few, but we often come back with casualties as well. We are in need of expert defenses here in the south side. What would be your professional recommendation, Lord Canis?
For starters, you are outnumbered. If it does come to attrition, you will lose at that. My suggestion is to use more guerrilla tactics against this, employing more hunter tactics than conventional warfare, such as trapping them, forcing them into terrain that they are at disadvantage, as well as removing any of the support personnel as opposed to their soldiers.
Yes, they do have quite a number of mages to their advantage. Bombing their ships will only get us so far.
As C is one of the other elders. Perhaps we can bore out some of the sand along the beach sides, fill them with traps, spike pits, maybe netting, and mayhaps even some hidden creatures beneath them. Is another one.
Mayhaps we could also try and use much of the beach side and much of its local flora. Those bushes don't come up too high, but the trees can act quite confusing if we so decide.
Oh.
Oh, yes. Some of our rangers likes to, put some ropes in between, and because we are a diminutive race, we find ourselves at advantage on the closer to ground range.
Fun fact, Wenrie's people are really good at limbo.
That we are. See Johan there? 90 degrees. At the ankles.
Crack.
So mayhaps we can draw some to the forest at the same time of making our beach sides a little bit more capable of destruction. However, this could also affect some of the ecosystem. We still need access to fish and provides general means to support the people. Any recommendation in order to prevent a nastier outcome for our locals?
Sadly, being on a war front tends to lead to negative issues such as that. This may require more help from the other tribe.
We're getting all the help we can from the northern tribe already, but there's still some from the west that we can try and reach out for. Perhaps we will need to send someone in order to handle this situation while Brahm returns to the north. Lord Canis, would you be kind enough to be our messenger in this effort?
I will be happy to help.
Okay, we will draft a declaration, and we will send you off with it.
Very well.
As you see, as there's this nod and this continued conversation in which your professionality has led in this position. Arya, you find yourself hopping from place to place within this town, hoping to catch the ear of many of those. And in the center of the square, there is plenty of room and plenty of music and dance and storytelling in this town turned city.
Alright, Arya, in just the square where there's, as many people as can hear her, just starts, playing a little ditty about all of Wenrie's strengths and accomplishments.
An entire musical number invented.
Yes! Yes! Hold on, fucking performance check. It's gonna be 27.
Yeah, needed to check that.
Arya probably has the easiest job out of all of you. Who, in pure natural charisma, a entire 3-part act of a musical telling the entire tales and history and the unbelievably intricate and beautiful accomplishments of a Wenrie tea leaf.
Trying to save the world, which also thus means saving the island. We're not letting a negative agenda hurt Wenrie.
No, not at all.
After completing your your entire single woman play, you take your bow, and then you move on to the next place. Every attempt has led to some people becoming interested and swayed. Opinions begin to wonder if mayhaps it is not just only the island to worry for, but all extra-national, terrestrial, dimensional aspects. And what it means
fair,
to this
Wenrie's
island.
made friends with people from each continent almost.
It is true.
Some of them in seats of power.
Canis, and then you've got Citra, who is technically a diplomat out of Acelsium as well.
Not to mention all her adventures before this.
Mm-hmm.
Now she has a goddess.
And also your close friend is now also the Pirate King, so just saying.
Just saying. I mean, she's also auntie to the prior Pirate King, so...
Yep. Which, yeah, we still gotta go save him.
As you begin to traverse throughout this island, and you begin to tell these stories, and by the time you go and finally take a break, get off of your feet, stretch your legs, you begin to see a kind of like obviously not normal person here. It's a tall man, and he's kind of just passing by, trying to act normal.
The squint that Arya would have. Just eat.
As your eyes begin to follow, it's a very lithe-looking man. Kind of just going from place to place and finding little ingredients and materials. And as he kind of just like plucks something, he looks at it, and then as he goes to put it down, make me a perception check.
Okay. $23.
You can see as he almost feigns to put it down, he slips it under his sleeve. And then he bids the shopkeeper a good day and just continues to act normal.
Normal. Aaron.
Ari just kind of calls out, "Hey there!"
Yeah, as he stops and he's like, "A tiefling on this island? That's interesting." And as
Side note,
you get
a tall man on this island? Interesting.
Yeah. Interesting. As you see, as he has this like kind of sly smile, you can tell it is a kind of very twinkish looking man, with kind of like long blondish hair, and as well as these like very like, you know, circular spectacles that fit around the whole face that kind of like have a light green sheen to them.
You said twink, I automatically
Yeah,
knew
we
who
all
that
went,
was.
yeah, it's him, alright.
Well, it has been a pleasure. Goodbye.
No,
Grabs his arm. Come with me.
Now, did I see you take something that didn't belong to you?
Certainly not.
Alright. Put it back. It doesn't have to be a big thing.
As you get a closer inspection, he is he's very much a naturalist. He looks like an apothecarian himself, and you see as he just like kind of is like, well, you see, I am unfortunately light on coin, and I need these things. I promise I will be back to pay for these all. What's your name?
Why don't you introduce yourself first?
Oh, but it was you that introduced yourself to me. I feel like there might be a fair trade here to discuss names. You look so familiar, almost as if I've seen you before.
My name is Ari.
Like the goddess?
Something like that?
My name is Elliot. I unfortunately had gotten caught up in a certain matter here on this island, and I am doing my best to leave as quickly as possible, so if you don't mind.
Well, depending on what the matter is, maybe I could help.
You don't need to bother yourself with that.
You know, the sketchier you act, the less I'm inclined to just let you walk away. So, you know, are we gonna gonna be buddies here? You gonna tell me some stuff? Let me help you out? Or what?
You want to know what? You're absolutely right. I think you can help me. As he kind of just reaches into his bag and he pulls out a couple of kind of these natural materials, and he kind of just like rubs them together, and in his hand appears this small little figurine. I need this to go somewhere particular, and I'm doing my best. And he's also like checking his shoulders, doing my best to avoid somebody, and I have seen them around here. Also kind of tall, shorter than you. Horns as well, but not you.
What's their name?
Kind of a blue tint, but not you.
Yes, a blue tint, kind of more purple, but not you. If you can give this to them and help me, I will help you out later.
You see, Elliot, I need a little more than that, I'm afraid. Who are you so scared of that you're avoiding them?
I'm not scared of them. I'm just doing my best to avoid a confrontational conversation.
Elliot, that's not cool, man. You gotta own up to things. If someone has a reason to be mad at you...
I have more of a reason to be angry at them than they do me. Let's be honest here. Let's say this particular person killed me.
What?
Yes, they killed me, and that's why I want to avoid confrontation.
Okay. That's a lot. I'm not trying to victim blame here, but why?
Maybe they had a good reason.
Player talk. Do we know if Dex has actually told this story to Arya, or?
Probably not.
No, I don't think. Yeah, no one's been really curious about their past. The only one who would know is
Salazar.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
It was entirely on them, not me.
That's not a good start, buddy.
That.
I mean, it's true. He's
Listen, I have seen them travel with you. I've already seen them travel with you, Lord. I simply just want to avoid back and forth in conversation. I'm sure they would have a million questions as to why I'm here. I just caught up in something that I didn't want to get caught up in, and now I am here and I am trying to leave.
Who am I delivering this to? If I do decide to deliver this for you, who am I even delivering?
She's very bitchy. Bitchy?
Wow.
Is the right word? Not bitchy.
That's a strong word, Aaron.
That is a very, very strong word.
It's true.
Kind of like almost like almost as if like they kind of like are drained of empathy.
And you're sure they're traveling with me?
I mean, obviously they have different colored eyes. That one. I don't want to say her name because if I do, it might invoke her.
Appears out of nowhere.
My 21 perception Just like
you are flying around. How funny would it be if the Hornsby-looking creature sitting on a bench next to this, watching this, like
the
It's
lizard
like
clinging to the
Shinra and
wall
Fire
just
Force
slowly
just
turns.
nope.
How did you traumatize this man that he equates you with Bloody Mary?
Shrugs.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the question you'll have to ask Nix to get the full story.
Well,
Listen,
Right.
I just don't want her calling me stupid and complaining a lot and then us getting into a little bit of a bickering thing. You seem like somebody who cares a lot. So, I will leave this with you. You give this to her, and then we don't talk about my presence ever again.
and then
as much as I normally love empty flattery, I think that is best. I think that it's best that you deliver it to her yourself, right?
No,
This is what an olive branch of some sort.
No, not really. Not really, no. It's either that or...
Oh, is that what Elliot looked like?
Yeah, that's him.
Alright, let's look at the art.
Yeah.
Damn, weirdo. Okay.
Listen,
You're
it's
not
alright.
wrong.
It's alright. You don't have to do it. I'm just saying, give that to her. It would be also really funny if you do.
I have a condition.
I
You
might
either-
have the medicine for her.
Not that kind of condition, Elliot.
He would still use that line, regardless of if
Perel
it's
would
nice
have
or not.
slapped him upside the head by now.
Either return or pay for the ingredients that you stole.
I really didn't want to do this. But you leave me no other choice. Please. Please.
He
Please.
said, "Please."
Please. Please.
My God, you got him to say
Please.
please many times.
Please.
Is he getting lower on his knees as he keeps saying that?
No, he's shrinking.
It's quicksand.
It would gather attention if he got on his knees. He's probably not getting on his knees, but probably getting to a bow.
You seem so nice, please.
Arya could so easily use our little link shells here and be like, "Hey, Nix." She could.
Arya is nice, though. I don't know if she wants to do that.
But are you a Citra nice or are you funny nice?
God.
Look, how much gold was it?
Kind of just like parsing through. Somewhere around 150 pieces.
Elliot.
Jesus, buddy.
They were not cheap materials to get.
Look, I'll spot you the gold if you go back to the shopkeeper, and I will deliver this figurine on your behalf if I have some way of delivering a response to you, because I have a feeling she's going to have some shit to say.
You want to know? I'll agree to all of that, but the last thing, because she'll probably more than likely try to do it herself, and I'll be preemptively ignoring that outreach.
Elliot, what the fuck have you done since Vale?
That's what Nix wants to know.
That's why he doesn't want to be here.
Because they know how to get him to talk.
You seem pathetic enough to have my pity. So here you go. Here you go. Here's the gold. I'm going to deliver your figurine for you. Go make sure that you pay the shopkeeper, okay?
Very well. As he
He's so
just
stealing
takes
it.
the gold, no second thought, and I deeply appreciate that you pity me.
Keep an eye on him. You gotta keep your eyes on him.
Probably like, no, bad idea, bad choice.
Arya watches to make sure he
And-
goes back into the shop and pays.
And as he kind of just like lowers the head a bit, again, I appreciate it. And as he begins to back away, it was nice meeting you, goddess.
Is he gonna spurn a goddess? Really?
And as he begins to like, as he begins to turn, he does like you could swear the faintest like charming wink under the glasses before going to the shops and rebuying double the cost of the
Wow.
TV.
I was gonna say, if he's trying to teleport, Arya could be like, nah, counterspell, do it again.
Arya just kind of like shakes her head and just like walks off trying to find Reverend.
Oh, you have the little messenger thing. You can.
Yeah,
Oh,
the
yeah.
link shells.
Hey, Nix. Some guy named Elliot wanted me to deliver something to you.
Immediately liked it.
Damn.
Where's your
Rat
location?
out immediately.
I mean, he didn't pay back the shopkeep. They're still down 150 gold, so like fair is fair at this point.
Yeah.
Next wishes to know your location.
Where's your location?
just the fucking glowing eyes.
Elliot's like, oh no, I sense death.
It just disappears into the island as he goes to rapidly try and cast a teleportation spell. We'll get around to that as you, Nyx, make me a nature check. Since I know exactly what you are looking for, since you're kind of just flying around.
So my passive
Is 17.
27 is not gonna do anything.
Oh, this is in the case that like I can tell you more finite details. I will still take your 27, but if you get higher, I will let you know more.
That is a natural one.
Oof. That's hilarious. It's still an 18, but...
Yeah. 27 is a 27.
The 27's great.
Yeah, 27 is a 27. It's just that I won't give you
it's
certain
we
details.
rested and we got a new day, right?
Yes.
We got a long rest?
No. Did we?
No, that was just Salazar. Well,
That was
okay.
just Salazar.
No.
Yep.
Well, if we waited the 8 hours, technically.
Yeah, we waited for Salazar, so we did a awake rest.
Yeah.
Awake long
Okay.
rest.
Then I would have recast Foresight on myself.
Okay, then that's fair.
So try that again.
Because I know that you said you do it at the start.
Yes. Let me see. So I'm going to roll again. My brain just completely shut off and forgot how to navigate
It's all
this,
good.
this thing.
Wow.
No, not higher than 27.
All right.
So either way.
All right. So so usually something like this, I can strike some very minute details. But in terms of the island, as you take flight to get a general survey, you get an idea that, especially the northern tribe, is again a little bit more militant. But you do notice that giant landslide is true. However, something does catch your eye that is closer towards the northwest. What looks like to be these quickly propped up wooden gates of a sort that kind of just like quarantine a small area towards the northwest. As you head out towards the west, where the temperature begins to drop a little bit closer dramatically, you notice that many of the trails are being heralded and cleared by the local forces of each particular tribe, and as well as many of the, again, beasts of burden here within Humgeuy that take care of it. More importantly, though, as you fly over the kind of the top of the island, as top gets, you could just barely see the light coastline of Faveris to the south.
Okay.
You notice right down, drop to the center, as what seemingly is almost this damn near eternal darkness deep in the center of this island. Probably where that pterosaur once was.
Okay.
And one would say that there is that same kind of link between you and the gloom trees and the world trees, given that gloom trees are basically dwarf world trees. And you get that same little bit of connection staring down that abyss.
Yeah. I would state that once Citra found out about the Ichor being on the island, she would have told everybody in this group with that link show, by the way.
Okay. That is something that Nyx will keep in mind, and actually, like, make sure to mentally clock the fenced wooden area once they get that information, and thinks that that may be a way to keep, like, the locals from getting infected. Yeah. That's what Nyx is assuming right now. And, like, as for the Gloom Tree location, it's like, okay, that makes sense. Like, why it would feel dormant until now, because of the movement of the creature. It is concerning by how deep that crevice is, to an island specifically, but other than that, it doesn't look like the landslide situation. Like, do they have supports up to make sure that it doesn't happen again? Like, also that is something that Nyx is trying to keep in mind as well. They are trying to clock so many things right now.
You can definitely tell with the landslide, it's been dug out for the most part, and some efforts have been made to reinforce the mountainside, as well as probably with the help of local druids to construct it better for those who decide to live up there. But it's shoddy at best, and probably needs a proper person who understands and is capable of surveying the land better at worst.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Good to know. Nyx will make sure to note that down. And from this height, can I see, like, through sight, the outskirts of the island? Like, water, ocean?
That you
like...
can see.
Okay. That is very good, because I have a very particular spell that can be cast through sight alone. So,
as you manage to take a land at the tallest point of the island, and you get a general, like, horizon view of everything, you kind of leave your mark, and then you hear as Arya says Elliot, and your mind immediately goes somewhere else.
Neck snaps.
Like an owl just immediately turns around and just like, time to go. This bitch is here.
All right.
Gonna fucking
Wenrie.
dive bomb that motherfucker.
Yes. As you travel out towards the west and the northwest, as of course through certain magical means, given your propensity for it, you go to speak to Holcomb.
Okay, Holcomb and
Miranda. So Holcomb and Miranda. Your first stop brings you out to the west, as this is the much more cooler end of the island, as it is closer towards that eastern or western tundra. As you make your way throughout this village, you can definitely see as those who are more prone to caravan their way around here, their trade routes work in a circle. As you go and try and find the first of these candidates, and you begin to speak to some of the villagers. One of them, as you ask, and you see this younger halfling girl. Oh, them. Ugh. So Holcomb, he passed away some time ago.
Oh, I'm so sorry to hear. How long ago?
It was about a few months ago. He caught a really bad infection, and we were kind of caught up in a lot of the war stuff, so we attempted to try and bide our time, but fortunately time ran out for him.
I'm so sorry. Is there any chance I can stop and speak with his family? I'd like to offer my condolences.
Oh, right now they're currently out on the road. As you're probably well and aware, Miss Tea Leaf, don't really stop, especially here in the West.
Mm-hmm.
We are tradespeople by nature, so we bury our dead, we mourn, and then we move on.
If possible, would it be alright if I visited his grave? I'd like to leave a little something there.
Of course. As you see, as she guides you, you can see what looks like is this small graveyard, as well as what looks like to be like carts, like pieces of carts being used as means of tombstones and like these means of like expressing, their love for the travel, their love for the road, and their efforts in trade specifically.
Mm-hmm.
As you manage to make your way towards Holcomb, you can see that it is what is the wheel of his cart, and it is just it's a little harrowing, and you can definitely tell the dirt has only been here for a few months, but is lifted compared to the rest of the graveyard.
Wenrie will certainly take a moment to bow her head, just think a few thoughts, and she will actually place her hand on the wheel, and she will use mending to make sure it's nice and pretty, and that this is a grave respected.
As you see, as the half-like woman, as she kind of gives you proper thanks. I'm sorry that couldn't be any more help.
I just kind of wish I could have been here to pay my respects, but I'm here now. Tell me, what do you know about Holcomb? What was he like?
He was a very bright man. He kind of almost like you, but he had a
he had scales on his back. So he was always at the front of our caravans, willing to take the brunt of things. And
Wenrie will subconsciously touch the scales on her cheek.
Yeah. And though he was a well-learned traveler, he was also humble, quiet. Took care of himself greatly. I can say that.
You said he'd gotten sick. Did you know what it was?
No. All I knew is that he traveled out to the North Tribe. And apparently on his way back, he just fell ill. And then passed away here.
What a shame. Well, thank you very much for taking me here. I appreciate it.
Of course.
And, when you see Holcomb's family, please, send them my regards.
I will.
'Cause I can't guarantee I'll see them next, but I believe you might.
Well, I'm riding with the counter caravan in the next couple of days, so we'll be crossing our paths eventually.
And Wenrie will probably take a moment to look around and probably notice a few of these other graves are a little bit dilapidated. She's probably just going to use the mending to spruce these up and improve the graveyard a little bit.
Okay. As you do, and as you finish your travels here out into the Western Tribe, you can definitely see, again, it's just, the Western Tribe doesn't really stay for too long. This is just a place that they rest and restock. Mm-hmm. As you travel out to the Northwest Tribe. As you find yourself here, it's a little bit more of a hustle and bustle, and you can see that this city is a little bit more astute, much like down in the southeast. Definitely a learned individuals that come around here, and you've definitely traveled here definitely in your youth, especially to learn in magic and whatnot.
Her studies took her to all sorts of places all over the island.
Yes. And as you find yourself what looks like to be a place that holds a Miranda, who's little kind of just nice box of a building, and as you go to knock the door, you wait, and nothing.
Well, I might as well try again. Knock, 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 knock.
Nothing.
No. It's a little curious. Wenrie will carefully make her way over to a window to try to peer inside.
You kind of just keep looking, and unfortunately there's just like stuff like bottles and papers and whatnot. It's kind of just lining the building, or lining these windows. And as you kind of just go from window to window, make me a perception check.
Oh, let's hope I roll well. Let's see. Perception. There's the button. And 12.
As you kind of just peer past, and like one of the clear bottles that kind of like obviously like bends and warps the vision a bit, as you swear just beyond that bottle there's something on the other side of it, very halfling shaped.
Wenrie will return to the door and knock a little softer this time. Excuse me, is this the home of Miranda? My name's Wenrie Tea Leaf. I'd like to speak to you if you're there.
Nothing.
She's getting mildly worried at this point. She might pop over to a neighbor or somebody across the way, just like, hey, have you seen anything going on with this house? I'm looking for Miranda. I was told she lives there.
As you see is like this older halfling whose like beard is down to their knees and obviously completely bald and just kind of like huddled into their own like cloaks and robes.
Lady Miranda hasn't been home in quite some time.
Are you sure? I thought I saw... It was a little muddled, but I thought I saw somebody inside.
It kind of just like follows you over and
Locked all in.
as he kind of just hits the door a couple more times and kind of like attempts to latch and just nothing.
Would you happen to have a means of breaking it?
I have a few means, but...
I'll repair it if necessary. I do have the magical means for that, but I just don't have the...
Okay, thank you. I didn't want to assume that breaking in was a good thing to do here. She's probably I'm taking a look at my various spells, and after much deliberation and encouragement from
You also have a weapon.
Connor, I have prestidigitation as one of my spells now.
Hell yeah.
Are you going to avoid bathing now?
No, she likes baths too much. No, she's got prestidigitation. She's probably going to try to use that to jimmy the lock a little bit.
All right.
Minimize damage first.
Make me. Make me a sleight of hand with the efforts of your magic.
Nope, that's a 9.
It's fine. It's a very simple lock. As you use a little bit of magic, kind of just feel something, and just like you feel as if you could push it, and then as you manage to just barely melt some of the inner metalworking of it to the point that it finally relieves itself as the door... And as the door opens, you don't initially notice it because you don't really have the nose for it at the start, but as the door opens...
I may not have the nose, but I have goggles.
Yeah. As the smell of rotting and sick seep out from beyond the door.
Sir, cover your nose, please. And she's going to... She's going to cover her nose with her little scarf there, and she's going to put on her goggles to look inside this dark room.
As you look into the dark room, you can see the body in the chair.
Oh no.
And you see just kind of limply there, as well as what looks like to be a dagger having struck straight through the heart and pinned them into the wooden chair.
Political murder.
Yeah, Wenrie is going to usher the gentleman back, and she's going to get her little talking stone. Salazar, I have a corpse on the scene.
I'm on my way.
And Wenrie will provide the location so he can teleport.
Okay. That would be so funny. As Ignis is just like, yes, you see, the most exciting thing I am about.
and then just disappears. It's just an outline of where he was.
Yeah.
Something's wrong.
A puff of smoke in the shape of cobras.
No, they're the shape of like the noodle snakes that you get from like the fake Pringle cans.
Oh, yeah.
Oh god!
Does that dude disappear entirely next to Ignis?
What the hell was that?
Aspen from the other room. Are you talking to no one again? You need sleep.
I think you're absolutely right, my love. Oh, Dios míos.
She's just like, he's just like nonstop, wouldn't shut up about his kids the entire fucking time. And he's just like,
he's that kind of dad.
The Full Metal Alchemist dad.
Yeah.
Hughes.
Thank you.
Yes. As you do, mysteries afoot. And many, many little things are beginning to intertwine in this thread. But that story will have to be told next week.
Meanwhile, Aloise and Reloy are on the ship just sunbathing at this point. They can handle it.
Aloise is actually quite busy with something else.
Yeah.
But with that being said, that's where we're going to go ahead and end today's session. And then we're going to go ahead and head on off as we finally wrap up with today's session. So, I don't really have anything to announce, anything new comparative to last week. Of course, I'm working on the next rerun of Breach. I'm working on a book that is in this game world, and also I have been busy with several other things as well. So I will get to some of these main announcements, but we're running short on time. I have hiccups. Connor, hiya now.
I'm good. It's me, Distortion Double, Yuan-T Necromancer. You know what it is. You can find me on Twitter, Twitch, YouTube, Tumblr, Blue Sky, at Distortion Devil. You can find all my TTRPG-centric content over at youtube.com/Devils and Dice Rolls. Yeah. That's basically it. Here. Blue.
Hi, it's me, it's Blue. I play Citra, your Nephilim monk / divine soul sorcerer. I still have some guest works to do, and I can't tell you who and what for yet, because that's spoilers. Otherwise, I have been trying to stream on my Twitch channel. Otherwise, I have recently rejoined Aaron as he comes back to streaming again. Thank you for getting me through Dawn Trail. I needed to finish that shit. Anyway, other than that, that's all I have been doing. I don't have anything news-wise to give otherwise, so I'm gonna pop it over to Mal. Wake up, Grandpa.
You can find my Twitch, Twitter, and Blue Sky at Sir Malorvic, and you can occasionally find me hanging out my friends' streams on their relative Twitch channels. Off to you, Tara.
Hey, I am Tara Corbin Theo, your Tiefling Bard Aria. You can find me on Blue Sky at Tara Corbin Theo or Tara Corbin. No real announcements. I'm recording for something I'm excited about soon, but you'll find out about that later. That's it for now. How about you, Ray?
Hi, I'm Ray, also known as Key Inc. and Calligraphy Inc. on various platforms. I am playing as your changeling druid, who is going to dropkick, dive bomb a little twink boy that is down.
Twinkie man.
Pharrell somewhere. He deserved it.
Yeah, he usually does. But other than that, I'm going to be also doing the same as Mal here, where I'm going to be mostly hanging out with friends online on various streams and stuff like that. Other than that, I am just doing my thing as best as I can, and yeah, that's it for me. Passing it on to Wenrie.
Hi, I'm Wenrie, also known as Kendra. You can find me at...
It was cute.
It was!
You can find me at Transient Day on Tumblr and Blue Sky. I'm not doing too terribly much. I've mostly got schoolwork on the brain, but I'll be jumping in on folks' streams. You may have seen me pop on to Aaron's stream last time, and I'll probably try to do that a little bit more often. Yeah. So Detective Wenrie is on the case. It's Salazar, the forensic scientist, for help.
Murder.
Sir, you have written a story that is entirely tailored to my interest because you know I like forensics.
Yeah.
Dinosaurs and forensics. Let's go.
Which will involve dinosaurs with forensics.
Forensic dinosaurs.
If you will.
Listen, if you want to talk through any of that without spoilers, I would be happy to do that. But for right now, I think that's about it for the recording. If you guys like this, please share it with your friends, share it with your neighbors, your enemies,
frenemies.
Anybody who might like kind of offshoot D&D kind of stuff, because this is a little bit out of the realm of normal D&D stuff, and it's fun. Yeah. I'm really enjoying myself here.
It's called shenaniganry. Okay?
All shenaniganry.
Shenaniganry!
Alright, well then. Nothing else pressing?
No, unless you want us to press buttons again.
Alright. Well then, that being said, thank you all so much for joining us. Thank you guys for hanging out with us. We hope you stay safe out there. We love you, and as always, see you next Sunday. Goodbye, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.